Good evening, everybody. This is the Aspen City Council regular meeting for April 12th, 2022. That'll be a call to order. Could we have a roll call, please?
Councillor Doyle.
Here.
Councillor Howenstein.
Present.
Councillor Mesereau.
Present.
Councillor Richards.
Here.
Mayor Tory.
Here. We have no scheduled public appearances this evening, so that'll bring us to citizens' comments and petitions, and an opportunity for citizens to address council on items that are not scheduled for public hearing on our agenda. And we do ask that you limit your comments to about 3 minutes so everybody has a fair and equal opportunity to speak. I'm going to start with in the room. Are there members of the public that are in the room that wish to come on up? Yes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Breeze Richardson. I'm the Executive Director of Aspen Public Radio, and this being my first year participating in the grant cycle, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you on behalf of my staff, the members and listeners, and of course the history of the organization, which has received support from this body for a number of years, and a very meaningful support at that. We're very honored to be able to receive this crucial annual funding from the City of Aspen, and I felt like it was important to come and introduce myself to those of you I haven't met yet, and to extend my gratitude for that support. I also wanted to advocate for how absolutely crucial this funding is, not simply for our news service as an emergency resource in advance of the summer wildfire season, but for all nonprofits in Aspen. As a new arrival to this community, I have seen firsthand how our nonprofits keep this community vibrant and are so critical to the quality of life here in the Valley. Transparency and sustainable funding are key to the success of all our organizations. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thanks, Bruce.
Breeze?
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
You too.
Other members of the public, come on up.
I'm Grant Sullivan, Jr. from Mezzaluna Restaurant. Lived here since 1988. Worked at Mezzaluna since 1990. And here to just talk about a roof we have on our patio right now. In the meantime, we have an application into the city building department to try and keep the roof. Working this process for a while. Back in January, we met with Kevin, and we heard it was going to be 1 to 3 weeks for the application to get processed. Now we're here and it's going to be up to a year to get the application to put through. Basically this whole winter, we issues with Kevin and had a new family member and not being around and everyone being busy. And we're just we've took all the sides down, it's just the roof that's in place just now. Before, for the last 30 odd years, we've had umbrellas there. We're not looking for anything different. I mean, it's just a case of in the summertime having the roof over there, keeping customers dry, keeping everybody happy. We're not looking at using the winter time. It's purely a summer situation. All we're looking for is some private land. Tony Maz's, there's a landlord. And at first when we started the application, we were told we have to meet employee mitigation, which is going to be up to about 600,000, including 25,000 for parking fees, which we just couldn't wrap our head around because we've not really increased any staff and nothing's really changed. Every summer we've had an umbrella there. There's been a cover on the umbrella. We've not hired any more staff. It's the same 4 waiters. We have 4 or 5 waiters each summer for the last 30 years in the summertime as the winter time, so nothing's changed in that part of it. We're not taking up any parking spaces. Same thing as always. And so obviously we tore the sides down last week, so all the sides are down and completely gone. It's just the roof that's on there. And now, the city are saying that if we keep it up after May 1st of the building department, we're going to be fined $500 a day, which obviously we don't want to pay $500 a day. So we're looking for some help here to either A, get us through the summer with it until our application goes through. And if the application goes through and it's denied, then obviously we'll take it down. So that's where we're at on our behalf.
Thanks, Junior.
I can keep it pretty short because we're in a pretty identical situation over at Michola, also on private land, just looking to keep a roof over our patio. So,
Thank you. And will you state your name for the record?
sorry, Jordan White. I'm a manager over at Michola, across the street.
Thank you. Council, I think you may have received an email in the past from Mezzaluna, from Grant and his partner, perhaps. They are asking for consideration. At this time, we don't need to make a decision, but we would want to, if council is interested, we would want to ask staff to come back to us with information and options and opportunity. Jim, do you have something to add?
Not too much. I would recommend that you just direct staff to come back on the 26th and address the issues that are raised. There are a number of issues that they have mentioned that we need to be careful about as you move forward, including the fact that they have applications going into, they already have applications into ComDev, I believe, for.
Yeah, we submitted it already.
Yeah. So we need to be careful, but I think it is appropriate for you to direct staff to come back on the 26th, perhaps just stand down on the previous direction that goes into effect on May 1st, and we'll address everything as best we can on the 26th. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I think you've made some changes since the last time I went by there. You've taken the walls down, and it looks like the roofs are, permanent salooning way, or they're not the permanent roofs that were in there this winter, are they? There's a canvas cover to it?
Yeah, everything's taken down. Like I said, I mean, but no intentions of keeping it up in the summer. We don't want the sides. We don't want. Everyone wants to be open and stuff like that. So that was always our intention to pull it down. You know, we had never any intention to enclose it.
Yeah, I had conversations about this, and
Yeah.
I thought that there was no wiggle room when we spoke. So the walls are down, and right next door, the Locals has canvas coverings, and I think I discussed umbrellas, and those weren't going to be suitable. But you know, we can't have a roof up that doesn't meet engineering standards, and I'm willing to work with you guys, but. So I never even went to ComDev when it seemed like there was no middle ground. So I'm look to find a solution that works for everybody.
And if I can clarify, I'm assuming that council wants to have further discussions about possible middle ground. If you want to stick to the previous decision, then that's up to you, and staff will move forward with the requirements that they outlined, that on May 1st, everything has to come down. But if you want to discuss it further and consider whether there are any other options, then I would suggest we need to come back on the 26th with more detailed discussions about what options may exist, if any. But yeah, I wanted to clarify that. Council may want to just stay the course.
Okay. So are there members that want to get an update and discussion on the 26th? Rachel?
Yes, thank you for coming in. I appreciate that. And I would like to have further discussions to see what might exist as a middle ground. I think the thing that I know I would like to avoid is the situation that the city found itself in with the Gray Lady, when it was going to be temporary for just a short period of time. And as far as I know, it was for multiple years. And it's just unfair to have some people have to mitigate for what has become enclosed dining space. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but that was the example that we had before of someone with a temporary permit not mitigating and expanding their capacity by, 40, 50%, if not more, at that location. And so, your commitments are that it's not for enclosing in the winter or to continue to close in the winter. And that was something we certainly encouraged during the pandemic and trying to increase capacity with restaurants. But there's a point at which you go back to what were the standards and how to make this equitable with other businesses is important. I also would like to have a little further inquiry into why it's going to take so long to process that and what we could do to improve ComDev service for others as well as yourselves.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to take a look. Thank you.
Thanks. John?
I'm willing to take a look as well. I mean, to me, it's pretty clear that it's not a level playing field right now, that a lot of these structures were allowed to do this and bypass the normal hurdles that people have to go through because of COVID. and now COVID is, for the most part, behind us. I'd like to seek a middle path. I'm not sure what it is, but.
Thanks. Skippy?
Yeah, I'd like to find something that works for you guys and hopefully can work for others over time as well.
Okay.
I just want to address what he said, like the structural thing. I personally don't think we have a problem with addressing the structural issues, but I think what he's leading into, the, several $100,000 in, changes for employee housing is a little hard to come by, especially,
Yeah, I'm not
few
familiar
years.
with the situation at Michola, so I
we'd
can't
be in the
comment.
same boat. If we wanted to keep the roof, we'd have to do some structural work, and that's fine, but we just have, it has to be worthwhile when you kind of look at the business and look at how it would affect your bottom line.
Yeah, for us to tear it down, it's just not environmentally, suitable to tear it down, then build it, put it
We'll
back
pick
up
this
again.
back up on the 26th.
Yeah, cool.
We have direction to go ahead and have that conversation, so.
Cool.
Thank you.
you.
Done?
Yep.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Other members of the public that are in room? Seeing none, I'll go to WebEx. I've got Will Hodges with a hand up. Will, are you there?
Yeah, hello, council. Am I being heard?
We got you. Go ahead, Will.
I will.
Well, hello, all of you. This is Will Hodges, coordinator of 350 Roaring Fork. I haven't been to one of these meetings since last year in February, urging all of you to divest from fossil fuels. On behalf of my 800 members up and down the Roaring Fork Valley, I want to thank you for divesting from Berkshire Hathaway and Wells Fargo Bank, two leading financiers of fossil fuels. I'm not here to talk about divestment. I'm actually wondering if now is the time to comment about the building IQ ordinance you're considering at the end of your agenda, or should I wait until that agenda item?
That is set for a public hearing, Will, so we would ask that you save your comments till that item comes up.
I will do that. Sorry about that.
If you can't join us at that time and you want to make comment now, you're welcome to do that as well.
I'll pipe back in at the end of the meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Other members of the public that wish to comment this evening, looking on WebEx, I see James Thomas with a hand up. Hi, James. If you can unmute, thank you.
There we go. Are you able to hear me now?
We got you.
Thank you very much. I'll be extremely brief. My name is James Merle Thomas. I'm the inaugural executive director of a new initiative at the Aspen Institute by the name of the Resnick Center for Herbert Bayer Studies. Some of you may be seeing our ads in the Aspen Times and in reviews by Andrew Travers and others describing what we're informally calling the Bayer Center. In the early 1950s, Herbert Bayer, as many of you know, initiated a renovation of the Wheeler Opera House, and in a poetic culmination of that long-term project, we are extremely grateful to be benefiting from the recent passage of the 2A proposition, and are extremely delighted to be opening our doors this spring to Aspen and to the Roaring Fork Valley public. Like my colleague Bree Richardson, hello Bree, I too am new to the Valley. And I'm really delighted to be thinking about the history of not only the Aspen Institute and what someone like Herbert Bayer meant, but I'm extremely invested in the idea of translating what was a wonderful historic project into the contemporary. And to that end, I'm extremely grateful to be able to share our work in the upcoming weeks and months, which will focus on translating this work into the community with an emphasis on accessibility, translation of our materials into Spanish language for our Roaring Fork Valley neighbors, and overall embarking upon robust community engagement. I'll close by reminding everyone who's in attendance today that this Thursday on the April 14th, we will be informally opening our doors for the first wide-scale public event, a community open house that will be running from 12 p.m. until 7 p.m. And I look very much forward to welcoming the members of the City Council and the wider community to our projects. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, James.
Thank you. Other members of the public that are on WebEx this evening? Public comment? Either raise a hand or unmute yourself and introduce yourself for the record.
Can I speak from a phone?
You sure can. We hear you. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Sure. This is Sarah Pletz calling in.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Evening all, and thank you very much, every one of you, for your continued service. I'm here tonight by phone because I'm not home, and I'm asking you all to carefully assess the proposed arts funding recommendations and to consider not passing it as it is. I don't think I have to recap for you our 38-year history in the arts in Aspen, though I will for those listening who don't know. For 38 years, we've had a tremendous influence on the community in both the structures that are being discussed this evening, in the red brick, and helping establish the real estate transfer tax and sustaining it for decades, in renovating the Wheeler, in actually proposing building the district theater with the school board because I believed at that time in the necessity and the power of original art. We cleaned up the car impound lot. We cleaned up the dump between the Roaring Fork and the Rio Grande Park, and we laid that beautiful park for where the theater tent is now. And then we also wrote and produced many stage works involving, now it's over hundreds of artists, and taught art for 35 years. After leading that public TV campaign on grassroots to pass VI.A, thank you to the gentleman who was grateful for that just now. I, myself and the artists and students I work with thought that there was a good chance that we would receive funding again this year as we have in so many years past, because we could never have done it without public help. Perhaps the committee did not understand the severity of the teen suicide issue and its direct relationship to the arts. It is my experience that troubled teens, when they are involved in drama therapy, well, it changes and saves lives. And Sarah, I don't know if you're there, but thank you for all the work you did to set up new arts funding, but I think you've had too much on your shoulders because it's not something that you knew much about, and you've done a great job in the world that you do know something about, a lot about. So last fall, I was willing to wait in line outside freezing to get my food from Lift Up and to get an emergency Pitkin County payment on the mortgage on our studio. But, you know, we really need help this year for the two projects that we requested what we feel are reasonable funds for. The first is our new play, Paradise Now. It's a history of the green movement and how the arts has made many in America compassionate towards our natural environment. And it tells the story of John Denver and Jean-Michel Cousteau and the history of ACES and the arts and nature in Aspen. Act One was performed here in St. Petersburg, Florida with the St. Pete Opera. That's what I've been working my you-know-what off to do, and I've written Act Two, and I hope to be funded to bring it home. But to tell you the truth, at the moment, we would be hard put to produce a solo bubblegum chewing demonstration on the sidewalk in front of the Jerome if someone else bought the bubblegum or if someone else performed, because the chewing would have to be in a video screen because my jaw is still dropped as to what's happened. So I hope you will at least reconsider funding the drama therapy in partnership with Aspen Strong. You all have been listening to the viable, valuable relationship of dramatic arts to well-being. Our teens and our artists who remain deserve to be supported, to be themselves. You know, guys, we all know this. Aspen meant adventurous, individualistic, don't go by the rules if they don't work well. But what does it mean now? We all know that we're courageous leaders, and I hope that we send a message to our students and artists with perhaps a change in this funding decision, that we are very humane still, and that Aspen stands for leadership in all of the human endeavors that so many of us, including so many in this room tonight, have spent our lives developing. So let's get our kids' heads out of their phones in a class, a theater space, or a stage.
Thank you, Sarah.
Honestly and writing honestly to each other. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah. Other members of the public that are on WebEx this evening for public comment tonight? And one more call for members of the public that wish to comment this evening on WebEx.
Yes, I would like to.
Yes, go ahead and introduce yourself for the record, please.
My name is Diane Vitra-Kessler, and I'm the head of the Aspen Indigenous Foundation.
Thank you. And your comments, 3 minutes, please.
Oh, the comments is that I would like to also appeal to the city of Aspen to, I know that there is a recommendation to help us with the film festival that we do in October. And that's wonderful that the Wheeler is going to continue to support our event with the city of Aspen. Thank you very, very much. In the past, though, the city has always contributed some funding, some grants for the foundation itself, for the other, to help us to grow. And that includes, like, this weekend we have a big powwow, which is a big gathering of all the different nations with the youths and then all different other tribes to bring back the presence of the indigenous people to the valley. And we feel that it's very important to continue to do that. That type of event is very expensive, of course, because we have to pay many of the people, the staff who are going to be part of that event. And we are asking the city to please consider to help us accomplish that and keep bringing the first inhabitants of these valleys back to Aspen and give the opportunity to all of the community to experience native culture and native traditional ways. We also think that it's very beneficial to all the children to have the knowledge about what's going on with the natives of this country, because the powwow is free for all children under 12. This powwow is done at the Aspen High School, and we have Aspen High School students who are volunteering, and that is towards their credit for the school. So we do give them opportunities to be exposed again to understand what is the native nowadays and what's the challenges, and to really bring that presence and that blessing for all of the community. So please, I know that this year in the grant committee recommendation, that was not added, and I would ask very humbly if that could be included also to help us, expand our programs to bring back again the presence of the indigenous peoples to our valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate it.
Dan, the powwow is this Saturday at the high school?
Saturday and Sunday.
Yes, it's going to be 16th and 17th at the high school, Saturday and Sunday. So please, everybody come. We'd love the support of the community, because of course we cannot do that without the community. And it's going to be a beautiful event. We're expecting between 500, at least 500 natives who are going to come and compete in dancing and singing. And also we will have vendors and representatives from the northern youths, and so.
And
it's,
what times, please?
Saturday is from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. and Sundays from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the high school, the big gymnasium downstairs by the black box.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Another call for members of the public that are on WebEx this evening. And one more request for any members of the public that are on WebEx this evening for public comment. I saw a couple people walk in the room a little bit late. I didn't know if anybody was joining us for public comment this evening that's in the room. All right, seeing none, I'll close the citizen comment portion of our agenda and bring us down to council members and mayor's comments. Council members this evening.
Not first.
Comments?
I'll comment briefly on a personal adventure I was on in going to Warsaw, taking some drones to aid Ukraine and medical supplies for Ukraine. I was really impressed with the heartfelt support that Poland feels towards Ukraine, and I did have an opportunity to meet with both Lithuanian and Ukraine embassies, and they're so, particularly the Ukraine people, are so warm and appreciative of everything that we can do. So please don't do nothing, do something to help, whether it's from bullets to Band-Aids. They need our help now. So assistukraine.org, you can donate directly there, and really encourage you to do something to help the people that are being, that have been invaded and are being slayed by the Russians.
Thank you, Ward. Other comments this evening? No. John?
Yeah, just some more environmental news. I read yesterday in The Guardian that Chile announces an unprecedented plan to ration water as their drought enters its 13th year. They're a city of several million people, and their water levels have dropped in the two rivers that supply them to the point where they're going to start rationing water. Locally, in today's Colorado Sun, the EPA has downgraded Colorado's ozone problem on the Front Range to severe, which actually is a long-expected move that requires state and local officials to make deeper cuts to health-damaging pollution. Gasoline will now have to be reformulated during summer months. Also, hundreds of companies will have to get emission permits for 473 other sources of pollution. Fairly serious stuff.
Thanks. Rachel?
Well, I'd like to start by thanking Ward for participating, taking the time, and going to Ukraine. That's something I think a lot of us wish we'd have the opportunity to do, and you've done it for us at some level. So thank you, and for bringing your story back. That's huge. I also would like to thank my colleagues for carrying on while I was away for a week and some needed rest and relaxation, and I'm glad to be back. Right before I left, I was in Grand Junction for 2 days worth of a large wildfire and watersheds summit that Club 20 was hosting. It was a truly tremendous event. I had to miss the EOTC meeting to do that, so appreciate again this board carrying on. And I really just wanted to touch on, it's hard to think about wildfire when you're having a little snow in the springtime, and I am glad to see that snow in the springtime because we're in a drought as well as Colorado, and it's different than the annual weather where we might have a slightly normal year again here and there, but overall it's trending really badly for all of us. We all know what's happening with Lake Powell and these sort of things, which is the energy supply for millions of people from the hydropower there. And they've already let environmental efforts that are funded through that Lake Powell energy generation know that they're not going to see the same revenues for the endangered fish program anymore on the Colorado River. And that's because they're not generating as much power. And they don't have the head for the pressure to develop that power. And we don't know what the long-term releases from the upper reservoir system, Rudai, Lake Blue Mesa, and Flaming Gorge will be in order to just try to keep sustaining that water level. But turning back from what we know already to the fact that our watersheds and our forests are our biggest reservoir of water for all of us. And when there is a wildfire situation, it dramatically changes that water availability. The soils become hydrophobic. They cook so much that rain won't even sink in anymore. We have the flooding and runoff, debris and damage to the water quality, which often impacts people's water system. You know, whether you can intake that water and actually clean it enough to deliver it to a household is dependent on the water quality coming in. And when there's these debris flows and ash and burnt material, it's beginning to affect everyone in Colorado in a major way. And what really is worth noting is how limited the amount of money in the past has been for forest mitigation, for fuels loading, for taking these things out. But with the passage of the large federal infrastructure bill, the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management have money that they've never had before to try to start to deal with this issue in high priority areas. So there was the deputy director of the Forest Service at a federal level zooming in. The state forester, regional forester for our state federally was there, as well as state personnel. And the main issue they'd like to talk to people about is finding public support for the type of controlled burns that occasionally you can do when the weather's right to create fuel breaks and to create real breaks where the fire can be stopped from just rampaging. And particularly the fire marshal of Colorado was there and people like that to talk about how different fire behavior is now than it was 20 years ago in Colorado. And for a lot of us, we're sure that that's a symptom of climate change, but you are having December wildfires. You're having old myths blown away that a fire will stop when it hits a fresh aspen grove. Not anymore. That a fire won't crown and go up and down a mountain. Not anymore. And that we're practically in year-round fire season as a state. There were articles in the paper, I think today, maybe it was the Sun or maybe it was locally, about how local fire departments are having a very hard time responding to all the calls. and recruiting volunteers anymore because the housing costs have gotten so severe across the whole West, not just here. And that we all need to think very aggressively about having your own go bag ready if there's an evacuation order, that you are clearing defensible space around your house. You're not storing your firewood under the eaves to keep it dry, that you're cutting the grass down lower. You know, all these things lead to your own personal protection of your assets and your homes, because what we're seeing in this state and what we will continue to see with the rising temperatures is highly combustible. And we're all sitting around with that. They also said very clearly that if you have, as a community, an approved fire fuels mitigation plan of where you want that work done, they will try to make the money available as soon as possible. So it's really a matter of putting the effort into saying where are our energy transmission lines, our water intakes, the immediate sheds around those, and making sure that we as a community, Pitkin County, Basalt, Aspen, Snowmass, we're all in this together, but we have to be fire aware and ahead of this game, or we're going to suffer the way that Grand County has, Glenwood Canyon has, any number of these forest fires that are just vastly larger in scale and magnitude than anything they've ever dealt with in this state. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. My comments this evening, I normally like to start off with letting you know what's more fun than being here. But unfortunately, this is the hot ticket in town tonight. You were in the right place. Thanks for joining us. My comments, I want to start off with actually what happened this weekend. Friday night out in Snowmass, there was an induction of Spider Savage into the United States Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. The Aspen Hall of Fame, 3 members were inducted on Sunday night. And of course, Highlands closing was on Sunday. The reason I bring that up is because the first 2 events were just amazing community events, but they were ski community events. And for anybody that wonders if skiing is alive and well in Aspen, it certainly is. These events were just absolutely amazing. The community members that were there, old friends, new friends, and of course, the honored inductees. I want to share one story from the induction of Andy Mill on Sunday night. Andy, it was shared a story about Andy that recently in some of the meetings that he's had with different people, as he is a tremendous champion for Aspen, Colorado. There was a discussion going around the table about all the things that are going on in Aspen, the difficulties that Aspenites are seeing, and the change in our community. And as the tone was somewhat negative and lamenting the past, Andy stood up and said, "I challenge any of you to find a better place to live than Aspen, Colorado." And I bring that up because, this council has taken on a lot of work for the betterment of our community. Some people agree with what we're doing, some don't. We all have our housing issues, transportation issues, and truly some fundamental struggles that we are going through. But I was reminded again of what a special place this is, what a special community this is. And I just wanted to share that story with you. Along with that, I want to make another nod, as I often do, about mental health in our community. For anybody out there that knows someone or yourself that needs some help, a great resource for you is to go on to aspenstrong.org. They have a lot of listings about ways that you can find somebody to talk to or get help, and a lot of those offerings are free. So please, if you or somebody you know is going through difficult times and looking for some help, please go on to aspenstrong.org. The next mention I want to make is about COVID. COVID is not quite past us. It is still in our community. There are people that are currently sick with COVID. All I'm asking is that everybody be mindful, be careful. If you are showing any symptoms or feeling ill at all, do your best to avoid others and get tested. Testing is still available. As a matter of fact, in the Armory building, the old City Hall, there is free PCR testing available to our community. So please, be mindful still, it is not behind us completely. And truly, there are some communities around the world in this country that are seeing a surge. We are not seeing that here now, but we need to be mindful. I wanted to reiterate the Buyer Center open house this Thursday, 1 to 7, with really the tours and some refreshments and get together at 4 p.m. I also want to mention that at the Wheeler Opera House tomorrow night, doors open at 5:30. At 6 p.m., there is a film called Wasted. It is about food waste. This is especially timely for us in Aspen. This council has dedicated itself to getting a mandatory compost program going, as well as other waste diversion efforts. So I want to encourage everybody to get out to the Wheeler. It's actually a great movie, and it's going to be a fun time as well. That's tomorrow night at 6 p.m. And as you heard from Diane, the powwow with Native Americans is this Saturday and Sunday at the high school. $10 for adults and a reduced rate for seniors, veterans, and kids. Those are my comments this evening, and we'll, I don't see any agenda amendments tonight.
Tori, can I add one more thing?
One more thing.
One more thing.
Absolutely.
This Saturday, the fire department christened 2 new fire engines, and it was, the tradition is to spray them down, and then all the little kids push these big fire engines back into the stalls and dry it off the fire engines. So we have 2 new fire engines to protect us.
Well, good.
Thank you.
Yeah, timely.
City manager's comments tonight?
I have nothing tonight, thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to board reports. Does anybody have any brief board reports to share?
I feel like I essentially shared from that in my comments, so thank you.
Thank you. John, any board reports?
Not until after next week.
Thank you. Same here. I have Wheeler board tomorrow, RAFTA on Thursday.
I do have at least one. I'm just making sure I'm not missing one. Yeah, just the APCHA housing meeting last week. We moved forward a survey for the right sizing program, so the board has taken it as a priority to try to fill unused bedrooms. There was a survey done by the Housing Frontiers Group in, I don't know, 2008, something like that. And it was actually, the results of it are fascinating. So we're kind of using that and iterating for the modern day to move that forwards. We sort of began the initial phases of the new communications plan, which got out a letter from the executive director and an email to everyone, which also was put out in Spanish. So being bilingual is something that is going forward. And I think that is, yeah, those are the highlights. We'll get more in depth next time.
Thank you for that. Any additional board reports, Ward? Nope. Okay. Speaking of boards, I just want to make a mention to members of the public that we are still taking applications on our website for citizen boards and commissions. We have a number of openings, and we will be doing another round of interviews coming in May. So please go online and look at the availability of some boards and commissions for our volunteers. That'll bring us down to our consent calendar this evening. Are there items that members would like pulled tonight?
I'd like to pull item number 49.
Which one is that?
49 is the grant funding recommendation. I would pull resolution 53. I have a question about change orders.
Okay.
Any others? What I suggest, if we could, let's hold 49 for the discussion, and let's go ahead and approve the rest of the consent calendar I did want to, though, ask Sarah, on Resolution 53, there is a clause in it for giving city manager
Approval for management of the contingency fund of the project.
Yeah.
So it would allow me to sign change orders in excess of $50,000 in order to keep the project moving timely. This is a consistent request from staff that we've had with major capital projects. It was done for this building. We're using it for Burlingame 3. We're asking to be able to use that for the Armory as well, to not have the council calendar possibly would slow down our progress on and getting that building back into community use.
And that is for the duration of the Armory renovation and build?
Yes, I believe it's written for all change orders on the project. I'm just double checking over here that, yeah, we're all in agreement. That's how it was written. And so that the contingency is, you know, a small percentage of the overall project, but nevertheless is the reality of costs. Change orders come in packages, not trickling in generally, and that's why we're asking for this approval to keep things moving forward.
Okay. Council questions or comments?
Yeah, question, was that just, I thought I read in here that it was just for this current year's budget, what was 1.5 million?
We have 1.5 million for design work essentially, and 6 million scheduled in 2023 to start construction. When we bring you the construction contract, at that time we will reaffirm again this request.
In the clause 2 says that the mayor will authorize that you're.
Yeah, that's an error. It should be city manager, not mayor. It's section 2, so when you pass this, I would recommend that that be amended.
So we strike the part about authorize the mayor?
Yeah, just strike mayor, replace it with city manager.
Okay.
So a motion can just say as amended, striking mayor and adding city manager to that resolution 53.
In my, I want to keep the Armory going, but I just want to make sure that we don't get too far down the road on the policies of what the Armory is going to be used for in these architectural changes.
Understood. This is necessary work to be able to bring you back pieces, because we need to figure out how the puzzle pieces fit together. This fit testing is exactly what CCA needs to do for us, and this action enables that work to continue.
Thank you.
Rachel.
Yeah, I have a kind of broader comment on this item when you had first said you were going to pull it, but I can make it now. It doesn't necessarily need resolution at this time, just something we can think about. The city has a lot of ongoing capital projects and capital needs and a relatively limited capital budget, and we all know what inflation is doing to everyone's budget. But I am concerned with our capacity and the timeline as it's kind of vetted out with that capacity for getting the taster space back open and running and able to serve relatively affordable food in this town. And again, I know our capacities are pretty thin right now to be able to just add one more project on and bump it up in the timeline. But what I'd like to have a future discussion about is whether there is a general fund supplemental that we could make to augment our current capacities and try to develop, whether it's a request for proposals or find some operators to try to finish that out sooner. There could be other mitigating and complicating factors that I'm unaware of right now, but I'd at least like to put it on a future work session agenda for some discussion about how we might be able to increase our capacity, whether it's a supplemental or other means, to be able to get that space open sooner. Thank you. I don't know if others would be interested in a work session on that as well, or some discussion.
Yeah, I would be interested in it. And in fact, just this morning, by coincidence, an operator of another restaurant in town reached out about that space and possible partnership. And I asked them to reach out to each of you guys individually as well, just to share that. And maybe they did. I don't know.
It would require a very formal process, a request for proposals and review of those and estimate of what any new operator would need to put in the building and so on and so forth. So it's not an easy or quick thing, but I would like to do what we can to get it back on track for sooner than we're currently anticipating. And then that owner and any others would be equally eligible to apply.
Support for discussion around this?
Yeah, I think it's important to get Tasters back online, or that space back online in some kind of food service. I'm really cognizant and conscious of the moratorium work that is being going on, and I feel that we should get that work done before we start working, adding another one on the plate of things to be done. But I want to raise that consciousness level, and I agree. I think it's important to have food services in this area, but I don't want really to derail some of the really, not that food services isn't important, but some of the really important work that we're engaged in.
Yep.
I agree.
Okay. Support for discussion?
Yes, I support the discussion.
All right, if that's possible, Sarah, we'd like to get some more input and discussion around that.
Sure, can we do this like towards the end of second quarter? I'm looking at your moratorium schedule and
Yes. Yeah.
I would.
Given the overall schedule.
At least then.
Thank you. So with that, like I said, I'd like to hold Resolution 49. I think we'd like a little bit of an update on the grant funding recommendations, and Rachel asked for it to be pulled. Could I get a motion for the rest of the consent calendar?
I'll move we adopt the consent calendar with an addition.
Hold down. There you go.
I move that we adopt the consent calendar with the correction or amendment on Section 2 of, is it Ordinance 53?
Resolution 53.
Resolution 53, striking mayor and replacing that with city manager.
And without 49?
And not 49.
And not 49, yes.
I'll second what Ward said.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for the consent calendar with the exception of item E, Resolution 49?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mazzaro,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you. Let's grant fund recommendations, resolution number 49.
Thank you.
Hi, Ann.
Okay, am I doing this right? First time in here?
Precisely.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Ann Mullins. I am Chair of the Grant Steering Committee, and I'll be introducing Resolution 49 tonight. I have to say, it's very nice to be here in the new council chambers.
Very good.
Seems to be working out well. But before I start about the grants, I just want to thank this council for what it's doing to address the challenges of STRs and residential development. I've been following this pretty closely, and both you and city staff have been doing a really impressive job of tackling these issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
For me and the rest of the community. But back to the 2022 grants process. It's been great. It's been fast track, comprehensive, but I think we've done a good job. Several years ago, we hired a consultant to look at our grant process and rethink it to provide a little more clarity, transparency, and equity, and consistency. We've taken most of their recommendations and worked them into this year's grant process, and I think with good success. I'd like to thank, I've got a lot of thanks. I'm usually not this generous with the thanks, but everybody deserves it. I'd like to thank the 17 volunteers. I don't know, some are, I think, are in the audience. The 17 volunteers that worked with us, the city staff members, John Barker, Alyssa Farrell, and Lisa Peterson, who worked so hard to make the success. And also, again, thanks to City Council for supporting us. So slide 2. Oh, you're on slide 2. Okay. As in the past, Aspen's grant program has 3 primary areas: health and human services, community nonprofit, arts and culture. This year we had 96 applications. We funded 95 of those, and then we had 6 ongoing partnerships from last year. The funding is determined by reviewer scoring, with the highest award amounts going to the top scoring applicants. The formula also provides guardrails and reconciles reviewer scoring with the program budgets, and John can give you much more detail as needed on that. Slide 3. And it's happened almost every year. We see new applicants and more applicants. And the request for funding increases. While the available funding from the city does increase, it does not increase at the rate that the applications, the requests increase. This year, we learned to observe some things that we hadn't seen before, one of which was a high percentage of in-kind requests in proportion to the total grant requests. We'd never really tabulated that before. So for next year, we'll be taking a much closer look at in-kind requests, their impact on city resources, and how they should be handled, if they should be handled similarly to the monetary requests or handled a bit differently. And again, John gets to talk more about this later. But this is one of the advantages of what we put in place, is taking a look at all the grants together. There's consistency. We can much better analyze and evaluate what we're doing with the grants. Slide 4. And then you can see in the bar chart, funding requests exceeded, funding requests exceeded funding available in the arts and culture and community nonprofit. This year, actually, HHS funding exceeded requests because of a one-time contribution to that program. And then the in-kind program, since it has no budget, those 2 bars are basically representing what was requested and what was funded. All the recommendations you see tonight, let's go to the next slide, sorry. So the new structure for 2022 and going to the future is charted here. There are 3 resident volunteer grant review committees for each of those sectors, 5 people each. Each review member was interviewed, appointed, and trained by the steering committee. And the steering committee then would provided support and direction to the review committees. Their recommendations came to us, to the steering committee, and we support everything that they have recommended. And I think that's Appendix B in the memo, the recommendations. So this is what you'll be seeing in the future. I'm sure there'll be some tweaks. It was a lot of work. We did it really quickly. Again, I think the success is due a lot to the staff working so hard on this. And John, you can take it from there. Give them more detail.
Can I just add for a minute, Alyssa Farrell, Administrative Services Director? I want to take a moment to recognize Ann Mullins and her contributions and her continued passion to the community through the grants process. Thank you, Ann.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, we could not have done this without Ann, so. I want to take a moment and give council a quick overview of the life cycle of the grant, right, which is we're in the end stage now, but there's been a months-long process to get us to this point. So in early November this year, which was a new date for the grant program, and as Ann mentioned, that was related to our consultant that we hired and reviewer and constituent feedback that The old schedule was in a challenging time for folks to be able to focus on the application. So that was moved to open in November 1st, which is hopefully a quieter time. So at that time, the grant application is opened, and the city hosted several training sessions and overviews of what to expect for the new look of the program this year. And the applicants had just over 2 months to craft and submit an application. They were due on January 7th. At that time, staff did an eligibility review and made sure that every application met the basic criteria for receiving an award. Namely was a nonprofit organization along with a few other basic criteria like that, and ensured that that each organization was financially healthy enough to be able to receive a grant. At that time, the applications were all passed to the volunteer review committees that Ann mentioned, right? So each grant review committee received all of the applications that were eligible for their review in each of their 3 specific program areas. There were several training sessions and opportunities for those committees to have collaborative discussions. And at the close of those collaborative discussions, they issued a score that we as a steering committee use to drive these funding recommendations that are presented to you here tonight. At this time, we have also notified the grantees of the recommendations, but of course have let them know that that is pending council approval. So I want to take a moment and go backwards and to remind council of the overall grant program philosophy that you all have adopted previously. And this is what has provided the backbone of the changes that we have implemented over the last year for this program. What this philosophy does is it provides, number one, a clear goal of the program, but it also provides an opportunity for applicants to have an understanding of what it is that you are looking for as a council, and therefore the more honed in criteria that we have established for the review committee members to judge their applications based off. So one level deeper than that, council also adopted strategic focus areas for each of the grant programs. And this provides a little bit more concrete information for applicants to understand the individual goals of each program area. So what was done at the steering committee level was turn these program philosophy and strategic focus areas into instructions both for the grant applicants as well as for our volunteer review committee members to both know what precisely was expected and we were looking for in an application, and on the other side of that, providing detailed instructions for our review committee members to be able to assess applications objectively and consistently across each application that they saw. You can see here, there's more detail to these, but you can see there's 4 primary focus areas that reviewers were assessing for each program.
Can I ask one question about the last slide? The value score, is value impact divided by dollars, or how are we assessing value?
Well, that's a great question. So the answer is both, right? So there is that component, right? But we wanted to make sure that reviewers were not only looking at that, right? Because value could also be the depth and breadth, right? So some organizations have a very wide impact, but only maybe for an hour or 2 per individual, and some organizations have touch many fewer people but have a much greater amount of time spent per individual. I want to make sure those were assessed equally.
So that's the value piece?
Yes.
How does that differ from impact?
So you going back, you are the value takes into account the amount of money that's being asked for in service.
It is
being
that
provided.
that ratio. Okay, that makes sense. And then one more question. You had said that the committees in each of the 3 buckets create the score. but then I understood the steering committee, you guys take that score and translate that to the grant amount, or does that happen at the individual level and then you guys are agreeing with or amending the proposed funding level?
Yeah, so there is a funding formula that was written where what happens is the individual reviewer scores are aggregated and put into the formula that covers some of the guardrails that Ann mentioned to ensure that you know, each organization is being treated fairly, and only the highest scoring applications get the highest levels of funding, and also reconciles with the amount of money that's actually available and computes a number that you see here.
Got it. So there's a direct computational relationship between the score put by the three committees towards the funding.
Oh yeah, that is the absolute primary driving factor here.
Thank you.
So with that, we'll get into a brief overview of the four different program areas, right? So we have the three primary areas as well as in-kind that Ann mentioned that is not budgeted but is significant enough to merit consideration here. So we'll start with Health and Human Services. And like Ann mentioned, we were fortunate this year with the one-time transfer related to the tobacco tax that we actually had more more funding than we had in request this year. That doesn't mean that each organization was given 100% of what they were what they asked, because we still want to ensure that the volunteer review committee assessed each application and made sure it was a proper use of a limited funding resource. But you can see here that all 30 of the applications that we received in this program area are recommended to be funded. And you can see here in the average award recommendation that most organizations are getting pretty close to what they asked for. I want to also share that there's 15% growth in this program year on year as far as number of organizations that have applied. So the growth that Ann mentioned is quite visible here. And as I mentioned, all applicants are set to receive some funding. So moving on to community nonprofit, unfortunately we did not have the same excess budget with this program. You can see we had we have a program budget of about $520,000, and we had total requests of nearly $750,000. That being said, the Volunteer Review Committee has recommended that all 36 of the applications in this field that were deemed eligible do receive some portion of funding. We do have some growth in the community nonprofit. It is overall the largest program, and we can see we've got 5% growth as well, and growth and demand, funding demand continues to increase significantly year on year. So I want to quickly touch on in-kind, right? And so in-kind are any request for city services or staff time that is not a cash request. So these are things like ice time at the Arc, pool time, mowing the lawn of a few parks and things like that. So as Ann mentioned, this is not budgeted, but I did want to show here that the amount that we awarded in 2021 and the amount that we're recommended to be awarded here today is a significant increase, and that is we've seen the most percentage-wise increase in in-kind requests of any of the program areas. You can see that the review committee has recommended that 18 out of the 19 applications receive funding here. And so lastly, we have arts and culture. And this program had the largest disparity between program requests and budget, and also the highest average request amount. The program also had the strongest growth with almost 25% growth in this program compared to last year. And as you heard today, there were 2 organizations that were recommended by the volunteer committee to not receive funding, but 24 of 26 organizations were recommended to receive funding at some level.
John, a question. Is this where the Wheeler Rhett Fund will start funding more in this area?
That's certainly a choice of the council. You have a couple options for you. If you wish to address this with this grant award cycle, we have some suggestions of how you could do that. The next time would be in preparation for the 2023 budget when we do budget assumptions. Staff will make a recommendation to you of an amount that could be an up to amount, and then for council to scale it. We're preparing for this summer to have a policy conversation with you because we need to understand a lot about this new funding opportunity and sort of what are the bumpers or the guardrails around it. The largest one being capital. And is the council intending to use these, to have a capital grant pool in addition to the operating grant pool? And so we hope to have that. I don't know, did you pick a date, Mr. Berker?
Not yet, but in June.
Okay. So we'll get that on the calendar for you. I do believe the memo we reported to you what collections were since the certification of the ballot. So if you're asking us to consider things tonight, staff would appreciate the opportunity to engage in that conversation with you.
And that's it, if anyone else has questions.
May I just add one clarifying point, please? Thank you. If you could go back to the in-kind slide for a moment. I do want the council to know, though, how this trickles down, because some people forget and think, oh, it's no big deal, it gets absorbed. Particularly when it comes to operating the ARC, it has a very direct impact into what user fees are, because users end up incrementally picking up half of that subsidy through their fees to meet your 50% subsidy expectation for that facility. And so I just wanted to make sure we made it clear that it's not really free, but it's a cost shift. Part is absorbed by the general community, part of it is absorbed by individual users in their user fees for the facility. Thank you.
Can I ask you, Rachel, do you have a comment or a question? I just had a question that might be helpful
You
first.
go ahead and ask a question. I pulled it. I have some larger things to say.
Okay, that's what I figured. So question is just on feedback mechanism. So this is a new process, which I think is great, and it's designed to give additional transparency, fairness, all the things you said. I imagine the rest of us, but I know I've gotten some feedback from, we just heard some feedback of people who didn't get awarded and others who, felt like they should have had more. It may be that that's not the case, that those individuals think that their application was more on target than we feel it is, and that's fine. It may also be the case that this is a new process and their feedback in that could be helpful in us iterating going forward. So I'm just wondering for those individuals, what's the structure or process to get feedback and then metabolize that into future year grant process?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, first of all, of course, welcome any feedback. And I assume that things will be tweaked as we go into the next year. One of the things we tried to do with this new program is, as I said, clarity. Yeah. And that was when we put together the overarching grant philosophy, the strategic focus areas. So applicants knew exactly what we were after. That had never been in place before. It is a new process. I think some people take a bit to get used to it because the three different buckets, the processes had been so different before. The application itself was 28 questions, I think.
Depends on the application size, between 28 and 32.
Yeah, 32. And they were really in-depth questions, really questions that allowed you to understand about the organization, but also prompted the people in the organization to let us know what they were doing, who they were serving, what their mission was, what their value was to the community. I'm not surprised we have people, responding. After all, if you look at arts and culture, only half of that, the request could be funded, or half the amount of requests could be funded. Again, as we get this program more solidified, everybody's agreed to it, maybe we can even put more money towards this whole bucket, the three different areas. And but we can't do that until we have a very defendable application process. And that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
So long answer, short answer, of course, we'll take feedback and hopefully incorporate it, what we can, into the next year's process.
Got it. And so if you know, Jane Philanthropist reaches out and says, "Hey, I have some thoughts or concerns," what's the path for them? Who do we send them to? What can we tell them? Yeah.
Yeah. So the first clarifying point I want to make is when you said in your initial comment, you said, you know, the way we feel about an application. I want to make it clear that this is what the volunteer review committee feels about the application, right? Each of these funding decisions, and you know, whether they were funded or not, or at what level, is completely driven by the assessments of each of the volunteer review committees. And then, so there are two primary feedback mechanisms. The first of which is that we received comment on each application from each volunteer review committee member, and that information is available to be shared with applicants upon request. And they can reach out to me, and I can provide that information. The second thing in a bit bigger picture, right, is that we understand that we've made big changes this year, and we want to make sure that they're working for the community as well as for our process. And to that end, we are working with planning to work with the same consultant who helped us identify some of the current issues that we've addressed to follow for an after-action report to follow back up with the community and with stakeholders to ensure that things are working as we hope.
Cool.
And to identify areas for future improvement.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks, Rachel.
Council, at any time, though, you can refer an applicant to John. And I'm sure Ann would be willing to take calls too. I'm going to go out on a limb there. But
Do you agree?
So we have these formal processes, but informally, anytime anyone has any questions about the program or their application, they can reach out to John.
Okay.
Absolutely. We're committed to transparency in this process, and we are available to assist however we can with folks.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. If I hadn't pulled it, we wouldn't have gotten this excellent presentation for the public to understand what you've been doing, and thank you for putting all that together. Let me start by saying I really support the work and what's happened and bringing a different degree of clarity, transparency, professionalism to the process. No question about that. And, you know, along with that, for the volunteers to discuss what I know to be the difficulty of not having the funds to allocate what you would like to a lot of given programs. And you kind of end up giving everybody half of what they wanted rather than some 100 and or whatever. So it's tough. I mean, I've been in that seat before and again, appreciate that work. I am glad the question about in-kind came up because that was one of my first real questions, and we'll have to do some further work on that, I think. But sometimes these are things that are partnerships in kind. Parks Department, Roaring Fork out there, volunteers, and they're collaborating on something the Parks Department really wants to do. Other times it can be something that, as Sarah has pointed out with the ARC, affects the budget at a sense. And certainly wheeler use is one of those things as well, because we try to set a certain amount of subsidy based on the programming and things like that, and there are nonprofit rates for that. So to start an in-kind process on the side of the wheeler versus other people having to pay, and they're applying for a different fund somewhere, it just starts to get a little complicated. And I think we're going to have to work on finding ways to clean that up. But, you know, again, very many valuable projects that way. Skippy kind of alluded to it a little bit, but I also had thought that there really needs to be some sort of, hate to say tutorial or follow-up or counseling with people who either receive far less than they thought they should have or nothing at all, so that they can improve their applications for next year. And I think that feedback to people is more important than just getting the letter that says you didn't get it for this reason or whatever. And I think that's something that we've run into in the past of people saying, well, wait a second, all I got was a no, not how to do better. So I now will come down to a couple of other things that I agree with the discussion potential that our council could have about increasing funding from the arts to the arts, excuse me. This year, we had set the $400,000 number in the 2022 budget way back when, before the ballot question even passed. And we certainly do have additional revenues that we could consider now. But of course, that would impact what you can do in years out and all sorts of bigger things. So it's not something to just throw on the table here willy-nilly and do tonight, in my mind. But I also would like to take the opportunity to see where we're at with the rent collections and take a 5-year or 10-year view of our goals there and think about should potentially more be allocated this year. And we certainly have some organizations that have very deep endowments and are doing great. And we have others that the pandemic years were pretty hard on. So let's just see where we can go with that. I did note for myself when I was looking at the goal on arts and culture to think that we're only supporting ones that demonstrate excellence now. And how do we start with groups that we want to help become excellent? And how do we grow groups? And if being excellent is and we help set those goals, so it's not your problem, but when you look at them afterwards, it's like, what about the ones who are becoming excellent? And the ones that are the germ of a great idea or great concept. And so I think we need to look at maybe modifying that a little bit going forward. Then, just finally, a broader comment, and it's just to the arts groups, not to the other ones, but I have a challenge wanting to fund Sopris Theater in the community college in Garfield County in Glenwood Springs, the art base in Basalt, and the arts campus at Willits in Eagle, all outside of not even Pickens County, and then turn back to some small arts in our own community and have said no. You're not excellent enough, or we don't know enough about you to want to fund you. And this is a real expansion in my mind, and maybe I'm missing something, but are we funding the art base in Eagle County now? This starts to be. We all talk about the growth and the new applicants every year and everything like that. How can we fund the ones that are delivering programming here within our community? And if we're now funding our competition in some ways with the arts campus at Willits and the arts base in Basalt and the Sopris Theater in Glenwood Springs. So that just, I had to bring it up, and I wouldn't want to cut anybody, but it sounds like now they're in the path, and they'll be on that path for the next 10 or 20 years or forever, because they've gotten a grant now. We've set that thing. We don't distribute our child care dollars outside of Pickens County or some of our other dollars. And I don't want to sound parochial in that sense, but it's when we're also not funding arts groups that have contributed in our community in the past, or the Indigenous Foundation or Sarah Platt. So that starts to be a challenge for me. And others may or may not feel that way as well. And it's not to try to be parochial, but I wouldn't necessarily raise it if we weren't funding ones outside of our own community. Is that disadvantaging our own arts, because they are more excellent, they're more bigger, more showy, and I want to make sure we're not moving towards just the big arts, the industrial arts in our community, as opposed to the small arts. So again, that's not a criticism of anyone, and it certainly wasn't guidance that we put out there, but I have a challenge with that.
I appreciate that. I was going to kind of turn it into a question, which is, can you describe for us the qualifications and how some of those organizations that Rachel mentioned do qualify, and the history of their qualification, because I believe some of them have been funded previously as well.
Yeah, so the first thing thing I'd like to say is about the commitment to excellence. So I want to refer you to the overall program philosophy, which references innovation as one of its core tenets. And so in our instructions to our volunteer review committees, we were clear that innovation was an important part of this, and that's why you see funding for new organizations that have not yet proven themselves. One of the changes we made this year, in fact, was to remove entirely a previously existing funding cap of $2,000 per new organization. And new organizations this year and moving forward will be treated just the same as all organizations, giving innovation a chance to grow quickly. Regarding the area of eligible organizations, the grant program historically has offered support to organizations throughout the Roaring Fork Valley with the idea that is the Aspen community. If that is something that council would like to look at changing moving forward, we can certainly do that.
Again, excuse me, I turned it off. I don't mean to be parochial. I got it. The microphones are fun here. It's just that, again, when we're not funding what may be a critical component of the Indian powwow and the native indigenous people here in town, but we're doing other programs that I don't know. It's not likely that how many people will. I'll leave it at that. You know, it's a big valley, and I kept hearing so many times about how hard it is to fund what we have here at any real level, but we're trying to spread ourselves a mile wide and an inch deep, and that concerns me.
So what I would suggest is that the council be engaged if you approve this additional consulting work that we're asking for and that feedback, so we can collect those individual comments and see where that rests, or how well or effectively the communication strategies were explaining those rationales. And you can completely change it. It's the council has that authority, and I think that would probably be the best way for us to capture that going forward, so we can use it constructively for you.
If I may, I do want to recognize in our work session where we established our overarching philosophy and our kind of subheadings, if you will, we did have that conversation with council, and we received the direction to look within the Roaring Fork Valley and to maintain that for this year with our grants programs. I wanted to reiterate that.
Can you say the $2,000 thing again?
Yeah, so,
I'm dense.
Prior to this year, all organizations new to the grant program were limited to a maximum award amount of $2,000.
Got it. It's the maximum.
No matter what they asked for.
But they lifted that cap.
Yeah. So now I understand. That's what puts those on the even playing field. So just to touch on the two things that you mentioned, and I'll do my best not to talk around the issue, but I recall that we talked about the Roaring Fork Valley, and I don't have any interest in changing that at this moment for that reason. We have to be fair, but I do think it's a conversation to have. I think the natural economics are going to be that the arts organizations all flee Aspen. They've already started. Your office space, your performance space is just cheaper down Valley. And I understand why they're doing that, but I don't want to end up in a situation where what we're doing is subsidizing all the annexes down Valley, and there's no art left here. I mean, part of what these funds are going to be for is to keep the art here, and that's going to look like Upstart. So I am interested in looking at that for next year. The second part is, you mentioned Sarah Pletz, and I understand there's tension here, right? I mean, the whole point is to systematize this in a defensible way so that we are not making one-off decisions at the council table based on how we feel and based on an email. Accepted, supported. And we have, individuals in our community who, at least from my read, are artists, right? And so, like you said, the education around a new process can be a challenge. they've given a ton to the community, and we want to support these individuals. So, is there a good and fair way that does not undermine the system to sort of bring these individuals up to speed, and whether it's through additional funding, later funding, some other program, at least give them a second fair shot. And if they don't make that shot, then they don't. But, is there a way to do that without undermining the purpose of what we've created here and that is functioning well?
I don't know.
Yeah, just.
But, I think it's worth having a discussion
Yeah.
at some point.
And if
but
you have any
not
thoughts on
tonight's
how that
agenda.
discussion may happen, anyone at the table would be great. Because I don't.
So backing up a bit, I wanted to recognize that John and our staff have done a fantastic job training and bringing not only the volunteers, but how to fill out the application, potential applicants with the nonprofits along. So that's very much one of our focus areas is to continue to be transparent, continue with the expanded communication, and making sure that we're truly serving the community and meeting the nonprofits where they're at with moving forward too. I wanted to recognize our current work and know that moving forward, that is a focus. And then there is the information in the alternative section of the memo on the current rent funding or the dollar amounts.
Yeah.
I might add too, if you're specifically asking that we go back and look at some of the applications a second time, I do think that undermines the program.
Yeah.
We've worked very hard to put together something that can be, nothing's ever going to be 100% objective, but as objective as we can. And I would, for me, it would be better to go back and educate these people and find out more about what they're trying to do, help them fill out an application, help them put together their financials, whatever weak part of that application, help them improve that for the following year. We depend on these volunteers. We had a great group that applied and trained them and worked with them. But in the end, we had to say, it's your decision. We, as a steering committee, we're not going to change your decision. We'll answer questions, we'll clarify things, but we've asked you to review these things. And so that's, in that way, it would undermine the process if steering committee or council went back and reviewed applications and actually changed decisions. Yeah. So I think this first year that, maybe it's something to talk about in the future if there's some type of appeals process. And I think we talked about that. But this year we thought, no, we'll just try to get everything as simple and straightforward as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. I don't question that. And I think, even an appeals process is not what we're going for. We're going for continuity of process, clarity and linearity. And I mean, more than probably the rest of the room because you've been up here. These decisions in this program are grounded in mind, body, spirit, and the mind wants the linear, but we also want the heart for our community and individuals. So just finding that forward path for that.
Looks like Teresa wants to make a comment virtually as well, who's a member of the steering committee.
Hey, T.
Hi. I just wanted to bring up very quickly the discussion about limiting funding to Aspen only, which that is definitely the council's decision, but I want to make sure that would be applied consistently across all three buckets and not just arts and culture. Yeah. So that our review committees are applying the same criteria regardless of what review committee they're on.
Yeah. That makes sense, and thank you. It's always a challenge when you see things at the table here for the first time and want to have a conversation. But, again, when I was looking at Soperas Theater, again, I probably don't understand it as much as others do, but that's a tax collecting district. I pay property taxes every day. They're pretty much the highest property tax part of our bill other than the Aspen School District. And then to need money from the Wheeler Rhett strikes me as odd, and so maybe there's some other guidelines that need to be considered as we help with this. And I thought about that as well while I was looking through the list. And You know, I could say, oh, giving money to the Basalt Elementary Science Project or whatever that extra project was makes sense because so many of our children of our workforce are using that. I don't know that it's as direct a connection with some of the others, but we did not set up guidelines along those lines, and this is my opportunity to talk to council and to staff about what we can see as improvements going forward. And as I said at the very beginning, I recognize and support all the volunteers' work. It was amazing. And I was, you know, I don't know if Tori has other comments or others, but I would be willing to make a motion to pass this item with the understanding that we're going to have a future council work session to look at the RET balances. That work may go on to assist others with failing applications, and that we have a second bite at the apple for the larger arts groups, of which we funded less than 50% of the requests, or just about 50% of the dollar amount, roughly, without looking behind my shoulder. Thank you. But I appreciate the comment. I think you're very accurate on those considerations, but I do certainly remember not long ago at all where the city of Aspen was telling me on the county side of things that the arts groups, the human services were too much. It was only a county responsibility, and that the city shouldn't fund those at all. And I fully support continuing to fund the work of our human services that work throughout the valley. And, you know, there's certainly a connection between arts and mental health and other items like that.
Just for clarity, would the after-action report be a place for feedback and direction?
Yes, all the council members will receive a survey for your individual input into the review process for then the recommendations. Some of them are administrative things that we'll be able to change. Some of them are policy conversations probably that you'll need to have. But we'll divide those based upon the feedback because there's a good probably 35 to 40 people that need to be involved in that feedback loop.
Right.
Other comments, questions?
Motion?
I have to voice that I'm disappointed that Sarah didn't receive any grant monies. And I don't know what her application looked like, but we got an email today from somebody who has been touched by her program. And from what she was saying in her call, it was dance for teen mental health. I'm saddened. I just got to say it. And in a scheme where 2 out of 26 did not get grant funding, I can't help but wonder. I also, you know, my intention with the 2A ballot question was to get dollars to some of the artists in our community. And so I'm also, I'm in the camp of, I would like to use some of those funds. Again, this is very difficult because I don't want to come into the process after you've done the good work that you've done and just say, hey, well, let's not leave these two behind. And I don't know the Inspire Aspen Foundation, so I can't really speak to that one. But I just have to vocalize this. I feel like I want to understand. You know, I want to understand.
Perhaps offline, I can provide you some more detail. Thank you. I just don't want to narrow out individual reviewer or individual applicants in a public meeting on the components of their application. Just for clarity for the public, I did reach out to Sarah and offer to provide her feedback, and she declined it.
Thank you for that. Here we go. If there's no other comments.
Number 49.
So I'd make a motion to approve item number 49 on the consent agenda with the understanding that we'll have a future discussion about additional funding sources and possibly expanding the funding recipient pool in 2022.
Yeah.
I'll second.
For arts funding from the RET. Does that? about the discussion? I mean,
So now would be the time, if you want to change your 2022 budget, to increase grants, because we're about to send out award letters and award contracts. And so that dollar amount that goes into that contract is the number for the 2022 budget
okay.
that will be awarded. So if you wish to do something this year, we encourage you to give us direction sooner than later. Otherwise, we can hold off for another meeting before we send award letters out. But that's a critical point. So for us to know if you're going to go more than 400,000 for those.
Okay.
We will have another discussion though in the fall for 2023 funding levels.
Okay, I misunderstood what you had said before. I thought you said that if we were going to increase any funding to any of the arts groups in 2022, we would be having a future conversation and look at the Wheeler Rhett at that time and everything like that. But you're saying, no, it has to be tonight or not. Then I would suggest we table that till the end of the meeting and make it a new action item, and our board discuss whether we should increase that amount for 2022, if it has to be tonight.
My concern is these applicants, they need their funding.
Yeah.
And so that's where I encourage the council at least to give us approval for the community nonprofits and the Health and Human Service grant dollars so we can start those processes. If you're not prepared today, it's between this and what you see in the supplemental budget, at least maybe I'm viewing it too simply, but we have X dollars. We have a certain amount that's needed for the Red Brick Center for the Arts to make full the funding for this year out of grant dollars, and that there's some excess above that available if you chose to award it now. And then our summer conversation would be about going forward with 2022 dollars. So you've got about 1.4 that was collected in December of 2021 that you could direct us to award a portion of it here. Staff's recommended also a portion of it in the supplemental budget process to cover other things that were promised as part of the ballot question.
If I may add, if council so chooses to use a portion of the rent funding from 2021 for arts and culture, staff is prepared to go back through the formula and reallocate and redistribute through an equitable and fair process with an increased dollar amount for arts and culture grants.
So what she's basically saying is if you give another 100,000, it will
be
be
a pro
divided
rata.
equally amongst all of them
And
under
so
the
the
same
ones that were
formula.
denied would
Will stay
remain
denied.
denied.
Yes.
Fairly.
Certainly is council's call if you wish to do something different than what your citizens committee is, your community member committee has recommended to you. It's a recommendation. So if you wish to have different direction, you can do that. You are becoming an appeal board, if that's how you wish to conduct it, and we should write some rules around that, which would be something we add to the summer work session discussion.
I feel comfortable empowering our voluntary board for their decisions for this year. I think last year we had some individuals that were concerned that they didn't get funded, and I feel it's a quality community board, and I want to follow their recommendations.
Thanks, Ward. I can't step in and award to these. I'm not suggesting that at this time. With the information that I have currently, I'm not supportive of that. I will start the conversation, though. I do support, and just I would start the conversation at $100,000 from the December RET collections that could go to this. I would allocate $100,000 out of it. Is completely my intention in supporting that those monies would be utilized, and if we have that opportunity, I'm here to support the arts, and if we have that opportunity, I would do it. I would do it.
Yeah, additional funding is something that I'm interested in, and then the separate conversation around other groups, what the number is, I feel like I need a bit more information or discussion.
Okay. Do we want to discuss this further at the end of our meeting under an action item. You need more information?
Yeah, I just like, you kind of, it could be your perspective or staff, but, you know, I just want to understand how that number relates to our out-year spending and all the other priorities, and I don't feel like I have that off the top of my head.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I'd want some of that information myself. John, where are you? What do you think?
I support the arts as well. I'd be willing to look at that as an action item at the end of the meeting.
Rachel?
Yeah, I would go at least another 100,000 in this year's 2022 allocation, pro rata, as you've discussed, but I don't know if there's room for a little more than that.
All right.
Well, I think of full discussion of, before we put the Wheeler Red on the ballot, we were having discussions about drawdowns from the Wheeler Fund and a wider discussion. And we, I think, put that off to pass the Wheeler Red and to circle back and have those wider discussions. And I would like to have that in-depth discussion about how much we're going to draw down the Wheeler Red in a really reasoned and more in-depth discussion. I don't feel prepared to act on that this evening.
All right.
Well, I'm hearing more information. I'm here supporting. So if we can, let's move it down to action items and maybe get some information about financials.
We can provide you a high level. I was just asking how fast can he do something?
Thank you.
He's chewing on his pencil already. All right, thank you so much for that. Thank you, and absolutely, thank you so much, for more of your time and your commitment to this community. And in this process was just invaluable, and you brought to it so much experience and expertise. It couldn't have been a better person. I remember the day that it was suggested, and a resounding cheer and support from this table. So thank you so much.
Well, so for clarification, are we tabling this to the end of this meeting? Is that what we're doing?
We can, yes, we can, unless you want.
No, Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if you could make a statement so that on behalf of our grantees who've been hanging on for this conversation to know the council's intentions are not to reduce funding, so that maybe they could sleep well tonight and go have their dinners as an alternative for them, so that they know it's really the limited scope of the conversation later is whether to increase the arts and culture grant funding at this time. My understanding, that is the limit of the scope of what is under the action item, that an approval of some resolution that will award funding tonight.
All of that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Just want to let some of you go home if you want.
Yes, and for even more clarity, the suggestion is that if there were more funds made available, that they would be distributed to those grantees that are already awarded, utilizing the same formula for distribution that our committee has come up with. Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, so someone, we're not going to pass it now.
We'll wait because we'll do the whole thing later.
But just as a point of order, you are actually proposing to move Resolution 49 to the action item as an agenda amendment.
I make a motion to move resolution number 49 to action items for future discussion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote for moving that item?
Counselor Doyle.
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein.
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau.
See.
Counselor Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
For our, it is 10 till 7, council. We typically take a dinner break around 7 o'clock. What is council's pleasure this evening? We have, next is notice of call-up, 3 items.
Maybe push on till like 7:30, try to do as many as we can.
I'm happy to oblige that. Let's try to take another item and see where we can get. All right, so let's move forward in our agenda. This is notice of call-ups. This is HPC approval for 233 West Bleecker.
It's the Nick DeVore house.
Really?
The Wolf?
Nick and, yeah,
The Wolf.
Maggie.
sorry.
I was like,
Yeah,
what
yeah,
are you
yeah.
talking about?
The Wolf.
I'm gonna call Nicky and tell him he's got a house.
What a character.
Yeah,
What a character.
both Nick DeWolf and Nick DeVore were characters.
Yeah.
Nick DeVore's still a character.
And,
Mark committed suicide.
Tiff's father.
yeah,
Different Nick DeVore.
that's his son.
Great, I know that one. He's still
Yeah.
a character.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Mayor Tory. Hello, City Council. It's good to see you this afternoon. I think it's the first time I've seen everyone in person since COVID, so it is nice to see everyone in this space.
Hola.
For the record, Sarah Yoon, Historic Preservation Planner for the City of Aspen. I am here before you today with the HPC Project 233 West Bleecker Street. This project was in front of HPC twice during conceptual review and received their conceptual approval on February the 23rd. This project is located in the R6 zone district. It is actually a quite large lot. It's a 9,000 square foot lot. It has two historic resources. It has a Victorian home and a secondary Victorian structure on the site. I think the community knows this project as the residents of the DeWolf family. It's been in their ownership for about 40 years in the community, so I think it is well known and loved. In the 1990s, 80s, and 90s, there were a lot of alterations and additions that were made onto the property itself. The new owners are proposing to do a very extensive restoration. They've done quite a bit of historic research on this lot and the property itself. So they are proposing to do a full restoration on both Victorian structures. They are proposing an addition. Because of the lot configuration, it is 3 town site lots put together, so it is a little bit longer than it is deep. So the addition is proposed and approved to be towards the side, which we don't see very often. But that also keeps the historic outbuilding in its current and historic location, so we are able to preserve the historic footprint. The addition it went through design review at HPC twice. HPC did find the addition to be appropriate and met the design guidelines. So it is, the facade of the addition is recessed back from the historic resource, so the historic home does maintain its prominence on the lot. It was awarded a 500 square foot bonus for the amount of renovation or restoration work that is being proposed for this site. The applicant is required to prepare a pretty extensive preservation plan for this project, and they've already started on doing the historic research and are prepared to work with staff pretty closely to make sure that the accuracy of the historic restoration is in place. They also have a 2-foot side yard setback variation that's been granted. Staff would like to note that this setback variation was granted to an existing bay window on the historic resource. It's not associated with any of the new development. It really is to ensure that that bay window stays in its historic location. Historically, the current setbacks makes that feature extend into the setback, so they just want to make sure that it stays where it is and it's memorialized according to the approvals. Like I said, this was seen at HPC at 2 design hearings. It did receive a unanimous vote of 5-0 from the board, and they were very excited to see the restoration work that's being proposed for this project. Staff does recommend that staff recommends that City Council uphold HPC's final decision. I'm happy to take any questions at this time on the application. If there are any.
Rachel?
I knew the DeWolfs well, as many people in the community did, and enjoyed their wonderful New Year's Eve parties and certainly some political powwows and efforts there. What I'm wondering is, it looks like all the historic gardens are gone in this design.
Are you talking about the green kind of lawn that they had?
No, I'm talking about the side yard, the back, the other lot that they had created a garden on.
Right. So just to clarify, the actual property is 3 town site lots, and they had, in the past, purchased the second lot next door. So it actually is not designated. That lot is not part of the historic designation for this property. So they had purchased a separate lot, incorporated as part of their garden.
Yeah.
But as part of the new owners, they are purchasing just the historic lot, which is a 9,000
Okay,
square foot.
so they're being sold separately. It just, I'm kind of wondering, what is the intersection in our historic preservation code about significant Aspen characters? And it seems that that garden would have historical significance for whoever purchases it next if it's been taken away from the house. And what it really strikes me is the older historic preservation before you were here decision on the Pepke house, that the house itself could pretty much be entirely destroyed other than the one facade facing the street in order to preserve the gardens as having been the more significant element of the Pepke family's time there, Elizabeth Pepke's gardens. And so it's interesting to know that it was a separate and sold off separately and not kept as part of this estate, as it were. But if and when a development proposal comes on there, I'm kind of wondering, will your office take note of the historic significance of that garden?
Yeah, unfortunately, because that lot is not designated, we don't have any purview of the development on that particular lot. When a site has a historically significant garden, it's usually part of the significance report. We see oftentimes different types of shrubs or things like that would be included. We don't have very many examples of gardens being designated as part of the property itself.
Right.
It's kind of a challenging question in that regard, the landscape piece of it often
And
gets...
there's a bathtub in the back with a sculpture that's probably worth more than some of us sitting in the room. You know? So I hope that's protected. Okay, well, thank you very much. That was my question.
John?
I just had a real quick question,
Sure.
both for me and the general public. Can you tell me the total square footage of the project and how much is underground?
I can tell you how much is being proposed as part of the VI.A for this project. So the allowed square footage is 4,080 on the property according to the underlying zoning, and they have received the 500 square foot.
Sorry, could you speak up just a little bit?
Sure. So the allowable floor area for this property, a 9,000 square foot lot in the R6 zone district, is going to be 4,080. They did receive the 500 square foot bonus, and so with that, their proposed square footage is 4,578. In terms of what's proposed underground, I did not take a look at that, but I can pull it up really quickly. I believe it's in the packet. Let me find the...
No subgrade living area is proposed underneath the historic secondary structure.
That's correct. There's 2 historic structures, and so all of the subgrade is going to be concentrated under the 2-story Victorian.
And not under the new structure either?
No, there's a basement under the new structure. So it's related to the relocation. So the secondary structure is not being touched at all, whereas the primary structure is being temporarily relocated for that excavation. So that clarification was provided in the application. And
What is the total below grade of the project?
right, give me just a second here. Are you asking, or are you looking for the gross floor area or the proposed square footage?
How about both?
Okay.
That might be a good idea to explain to the general public as well.
Sure. So the land use code measures the proposed basement level only with exposed grade. Things that are completely submerged and you have no exposed wall doesn't count towards your floor area, which is different from your gross floor area, which is just the area total. According to the application, it looks like we have a proposed floor area of 158. The proposed gross is 3,666 square feet.
So 3,366.
3,666 square feet is the proposed gross floor area of the basement, but the proposed floor area that counts towards your floor area calculations is 158. So that essentially means they have 158 square feet of exposed wall.
It's a big basement.
They normally are.
It's as big as 2 single-family ADA affordable housing homes.
Yeah.
They're limited to 1,500 square feet.
Yes, and 4,000 becomes 7.
All your questions?
That answers it.
I have a couple of questions. Does this, we passed an ordinance, I think, that for subgrade workforce housing mitigation, we didn't decrease the size or have that go towards your floor area ratio, but I thought we had an ordinance that was adjusting the workforce housing mitigation for subgrade.
Removing its exemption.
I'm sorry?
Removing its exemption from being counted towards mitigation.
In 26?
No, it wasn't 26, it was before 26.
Ordinance 24, series of 2020, Philip Supino, Community Development Director. Ordinance 24, series of 2021 was tabled by council on December 7th when Ordinance 27 was passed at first reading.
Okay. Can you give us some other examples of where the additional unit is on the side instead of behind the historic asset?
The one I can think of just off the top of my head would be 931 Gibson. That was a project, I believe, maybe 3 or 4 years ago that came before council, where we had the addition. Similarly, they had a very large lot, but it was longer than it was deeper, and so the location of the addition became to the side of the historic resource. I think there's another one in town. I'm not recalling the address, close to the Limelight, that has a similar addition that's located towards the side and not the rear. It's not common, but it does happen occasionally.
And the, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time figuring out the side yard setback. Is that on the same, that's east-west? Is that on the opposite side of the swimming pool?
I believe it's on the opposite side of the swimming pool, because the swimming pool is proposed towards the inner side of the lot, so it's on the opposite side, I believe. And it's for the bay window itself, so it's not for any additional massing.
It's no additional massing, but it does go into the setback.
The bay window does extend into the setback. There's typically an exception for projections into the setback. It is a little bit larger than that exception, so it does require a setback variation just to memorialize it. And again, it's a historic feature. HPC supports that. Otherwise, we would have to cut down a historic bay window.
Or move it over and get rid of the swimming pool?
Well, we support the historic resource staying in its historic location, which is what it's doing. We wouldn't really support that moving away from the historic footprint, so we would support the placement being where it is because it's historic, and because of that, that setback variation is required to keep that bay window where it is.
So all of the existing additional structures are going to be demolished? The historic structure is going to be moved on that site before the basement is put in, or is it going to be moved off-site?
It's going to be moved, but it'll remain on site, so it'll be a temporary relocation for excavation, but it will be put right back on where it's supposed to be in terms of the Sanborn maps.
Okay, and the basement is beyond the building footprint?
I think it's, it matches up with the footprint, but it does extend a little bit larger, I believe. Let's see here.
Yeah. Ward, I'm not sure, but I think that bay window, if it's the one in the kitchen area or was facing the alley, is that the bay window facing the alley or a different bay window?
It's the bay window on the east side.
And it is currently sitting in
the setback.
the same location, which is, the wording here says a 2-foot setback reduction. So it doesn't move it to 2-foot setback. It is a
encroaches
reduction.
in there. It encroaches into the side yard setback by 2 feet. Correct.
And the side yard setback is 5 feet.
Is yes, 5. It's 10. Sorry, it's 10 feet.
It's okay. We just had some issues with some of the renderings and PDFs in our packet.
Yeah, they're unusable.
Yeah.
And I am curious about the use of the phrase dirty kitchen. That's new to me.
That I am not quite sure of. Sarah can explain what a dirty kitchen is. I have no idea.
All right.
So the bay window is non-conforming as it is now, and it's just going to be non-conforming when it's over.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, they're pretty worthless.
Any further questions, comments?
I see no reason via our code for a call-up. And I wish we'd pass something in December.
All right. Skippy, input?
Yeah, I don't see anything to call this up at this time from just a above ground, aesthetic read. I think it's a successful return to the condition from the 60s. From a holistic perspective, this is another home that is, whether it counts for VI.A or not, is increasing to a size and a cost that I think will pretty much render it unuseful to the community. But for the first time, as we've seen one of these, instead of throwing our hands up and saying one day maybe, I'm happy to say we're at least in a moratorium process so that these things do not happen in the future.
I just wanted to add that I'm disappointed in the loss of the garden. As Rachel pointed out, this reminds me of Mary Hayes' house on Bleecker Street. Same situation. Beautiful Victorian house, big yard. It's gone. It's replaced by a very large underground structure where there are bunk rooms.
Yep.
I'm disappointed, but I see no reason to call it up.
There are a number of things about this that disappoint me, but, to have a setback on the other side of a swimming pool, to add another 500 square feet to what is already a very large structure. I don't see that within the code that I can justify calling it up, but I do object to it.
Thank you. With that, guys, I would look for a motion to uphold.
You can certainly do that. You don't need to. The question is whether you call it up. If you take no action, it's not called up.
Okay.
So, it's up to you.
Thank you.
We're not calling it up, and
There is no action for
next
call-up.
item. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is a notice of call-up for 410 East Hyman.
Thank you. This is Natalie Feinberg Lopez for the record. This is my first time in front of council. I am the Historic Preservation Officer for the City of Aspen. 410 East Hyman is a building that went through our minor review process with HPC. It is part of our commercial core historic district. It abuts the historically designated pedestrian mall on Hyman Street. The exterior of the building is clad with wood siding and storefront windows that face the pedestrian mall, and the applicant is requesting to reclad the exterior of the building as well as change out some windows, but without any changes to the penetrations. So this went in front of HPC one time. We had a full support of a 6-0 unanimous vote by HPC on January 12th, 2022. And staff recommends council uphold the HPC decision.
Council questions, comments?
This is a comment, and it's not specific to you or our department, but this is the second one when we've had nothing on the screen. And that makes it hard for the public to see what we're talking about. And in the future, I'd like to be able to at least have these presentation memo or things like that, or something up on the screen so that the public does see what we're seeing at the same time. And it's just a request from me, if that's possible.
Not a problem. I have the presentation that I made to HPC. I can do that easily for you all as well.
I just think it's really helpful for the public to
Certainly.
see what we're talking about.
Agreed.
Especially when the graphics don't show up on our screen. Well, not yours, but the last one, the architectural renderings, we get half a page and a half a page and a quarter of a page. And
Question?
Yep, Skippy. Oh,
I see no reason to call this up. And
I guess I'm not clear on what we can or can't call up. I have no problem with the recladding of the building. It's necessary, the windows and all that. You know, my personal read is just the gray wood is very out of context. You know, feels more like it was bought on Amazon than in the historic downtown core, where I think, you know, a natural finish is much more appropriate. And so I just don't know, is that within our scope to suggest back? Because I just think it's completely out of character.
If I may respond, we did actually go over the materials quite a bit, and this was the compromise. So that was barnwood, recycled barnwood was the original wood proposed for the finish, and we felt that that was out of context for downtown. And I actually chose several of the mid-century modern buildings that we have downtown with wood finishes as the proposed finish, and this was halfway between.
again, I see no reason to call up.
It's within your discretion as to what you call up and why you call it up. What you do once you call it up is somewhat limited, but it's certainly within your discretion if council wishes to call it up, get more information, address all of the issues that were raised at HPC.
Well, is the thing that I described, which is the finish of the wood, is that within something that we could talk about if we called it up or recommend a change to?
You can certainly call it up. You can recommend a change. You cannot mandate a change.
Got it. Okay. Well, I listened to you guys, but just looking at it and knowing where it is in our community, I feel like it's quite out of character, and I'd like to see a change if we could even recommend it. I also hear that it's been discussed and all that. I'm just getting it now.
All good. I'm here for you.
I got to look at it for 50 years.
We had another, an outbuilding, or it was on Main Street, that the painting, the color schemes have been changed a number of times, and I thought that the impression I had is HPC can't demand what the colors are. I think that this is an improvement. I'm sure that the windows are going to be a lot higher E than what's in there now. And it's kind of like putting lipstick on a pig because that's a very old building, but I don't see any reason to call it up.
lipstick on a pig, who does that?
HPC, we think our old buildings are beautiful.
John?
I'm comfortable with it. It looks like it's going to be a nice upgrade from the way it looks now. I'm okay with it.
All right. It doesn't sound like there is a call-up unless Skippy wants to make a motion and see if it,
Doesn't sound like there's support, so.
If I might just support what Ward said, I don't have any purview over color.
yeah. There is a recommended motion on this one, but you don't need anything.
Well, you can make a motion. You need to determine to call it out.
No, that's not what I mean. In our packet, there's a recommended motion, but no big deal. If we don't need to call it up by lack of a motion, that's fine. Okay. There is no motion for call-up then. The next item, HPC's 925 King demolition review.
Thank you. So I know that you all have seen King Street before in the past, so this is one of the remaining buildings at 925. Salud. 925 King Street. This is a historically designated lot. It has two residential structures currently. It has a Victorian era miner's cottage, which is to be preserved. This is a log cabin, log structure that was proposed for demolition.
Bless you.
With no additional development. So what's before you is simply the demolition of the log structure. Let's see, so records indicate that this was originally located near Highway 82, probably in the 1950s. A number of alterations were made to the cabin. There's not any significant material that we could find. Everything has been altered, and we've found a extensive loss of the integrity and original materials. So HPC reviewed this and decided that despite our careful consideration of all of our historic structures when up for demolition review, that this one did qualify for demolition. Part of what I wanted to call out to you is we had one of our HPC members who abstained from the vote. He was certain that this should have been considered for affordable housing. I want to assure you that we went back, all of staff went back and reviewed everything, that this was not something that was able to be reviewed as affordable housing, nothing else on the lot. So we went back 3 different staff members as well as the attorneys to review this and make certain that we had done this properly, and found that it was absolutely done properly and that this is ready for demolition. So we had 1 abstention and 3 affirmatives for the approval of demolition. That was on February 9th of 2022. Can I take any questions?
Yeah, Natalie, when was the last time somebody actually lived in this structure?
I will have to actually ask Sarah if she knows. Sarah, do you have a info on that?
At the table.
Is this one of the structures that when we did a site visit that we walked through and there was nobody living in it at that time?
Hi, I'm Sarah Adams with Bendon Adams. Yes, hello. Yeah, it is one of the structures that we went through. It was pretty, we had already exposed all the plywood to see what we had to work with at that time. So you did walk through it. You probably saw a linoleum floor with cowboy print on it. That was kind of cool.
It was a pretty interesting structure.
It's that building.
Yeah, yeah. And at the time, when there was a question if it was historic, and it sounds like you did research on it and that it is not.
I did. I provided a full history starting from Highway 82 to Sparky's Trailer Court at Stillwater. Worked with the Historical Society, just really did everything I could, went down every avenue I could, presented that to HPC and to Natalie to see if there was any integrity left.
I have to say that it was thorough. I couldn't find anything additional. That seemed like an excellent history of the structure.
Thanks, Natalie.
I think demolition is the proper course for this structure.
Knowing a little bit about wood and looking at these logs, they're rotten almost clear through. I don't know if it could ever be made habitable again.
Yeah, they were rebuilt twice as it moved. They didn't put it on a truck and move it. They took it apart and moved it. And then there was T111 siding added with really no foundation. So you can I think that's how we ended up where we are.
It was a confusing moment when I went on site to review it to try and figure out what was historic and what wasn't, because all of the historic logs had been planed, and that's not common. So whatever was the interior additions, they had planed all the logs, which again is, it's really fairly unusual, and it really makes it difficult for me to landmark something. It is a quality of log structures that I look for, is the intact logs. And as Sarah said, in the moving, we don't know the order of the logs in the structure, so they changed. Maybe I'll also clarify, there are logs that are squared originally in the 1880s, and that's fantastic. This is not the case in this structure, so.
And the whole roof was ripped off and rebuilt.
Yeah. Again, I do not see any reason for call-up and appreciate the very thorough research you've done on this.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
I also don't see any need for a call-up. I appreciate and accept staff's work on the structure. I also really appreciate Peter Fornell bringing attention to this, a recognition that we are losing what Rachel calls and agrees naturally occurring affordable housing, and whether it's a bandit structure or not, we're losing things in our community that people used to live in that they're not anymore. And I'm, again, happy to be able to report that during this moratorium process and afterwards, we are looking at ways to remedy for that, account for that loss and displacement of our local workforce, and deliver it in traditional and ways with non or neutral development. And I think that's really important for our community to know, and I thank Peter for bringing attention to that.
Thank you. No further discussion? There will not be a call-up for this item.
Right, thanks, good to see everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Good night.
Make a motion for Brian.
All right, it brings us to 7:25. Apologies to those that are in the room waiting for items that are coming on the rest of our agenda, but we are going to take a break. I guess we'll call it 30 minutes. 7:25, we'll be back at 5 minutes till the hour.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming back with us. This is a continued meeting. We just had a little break, but this is the City Council regular meeting for April 12th, and we are on our agenda at the first reading of ordinances. This is ordinance number 7, the spring supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could share my screen.
Please.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, I'm going to run through real quickly the items that are in the spring supplemental. As you know, every year we bring forward a ordinance to this council primarily to reauthorize items that were approved in previous budget years that need reauthorization in the state of Colorado. Funding lapses at the end of every fiscal year, and so any multi-year projects or operational carry-forwards must also be reauthorized, excuse me. This year, as in the last couple of years, the total supplemental request is $42.8 million. That is primarily made up of 5 elements. Capital makes up 72%, and we'll talk in more detail about these. But in general, capital makes up the largest portion of that, and the majority of those are carry-forwards of projects that this council has already reviewed and approved in previous budgets. We just need authority to continue forward, to continue doing those. We have a departmental savings program, which is about 7%, and then operating carry-forwards are just under $1 million this year. Those 3 items are largely carry-forwards, so they're things that you have already seen and approved in previous budgets. And so really the main focus of our work tonight is on the new requests, which are really just under $800,000 and represent about 2% of this total request. And then technical adjustments are things that are either are adjustments to the budget that this council has already approved in previous work sessions or on other agenda items for specific contracts. And we just need to increase the appropriations in order to make sure that everybody gets paid. In this supplemental, at least the one that we presented right now, there are a number of items that are in alignment with your critical goals. Primarily in affordable housing, there's a reauthorization of $14 million as a carry-forward for the completion of Burlingame 3. There's $63,000 in the planning department for an affordable housing code amendment consultant. Again, that is also a carry-forward from last year's budget. Increase in child care capacity, there's $1.25 million appropriation increase for the Burlingame Child Care Center design. Y'all approved that contract here recently that will get us through the design and entitlement of that project. And then $250,000 for the CMC infant care room startup costs. So this is funding that we're requesting that would enable us to get a provider into that facility and up and running, so that way we can get that going. And then obviously you have a number of items. Building IQ benchmarking software, which I believe was mentioned in a memo for a second reading ordinance later on this evening. And then we received another grant for an additional EV charging station in the Rio Grande parking garage. So if we will go through these pretty quickly. You have the packet that was in the memo full of the exhibits, but if you have any questions, please let me know as we go along. New requests, as I said, are $782,000. They represent 2% of the total supplemental requests that we have made tonight. There are 6 positions, 6 new FTEs requested. However, only 3 of those FTEs we need additional appropriation funding for. The other 3 are primarily we're just requesting council's blessing to move forward with the creation of those new FTEs, but they're largely funded from existing appropriations. The new requests in the general fund, as we've already discussed, there's a grants review consultant to do the after-action review for the grants program that we discussed earlier this evening. In the planning department, there is a request for a planner, one FTE. That will help the planning department keep up with the increased workload.
Just to clarify, council, with that particular position, part of the shell game is because it's applying some of our more senior staff into working on long-range planning. If you recall, pre-pandemic, we'd planned on adding a second long-range planner, and this is the finally implementing that with this request here.
Yeah, if I may, there are a number of one-time expenses for employees or FTEs. What are those 25,000 one-time expenses?
So the short-term rental compliance program is a separate request. There is not currently an FTE attached to that. That program, this request for $175,000 is to set up a compliance program based on the feedback and the direction of council from any STR regulations program that we put in place. So we wanted to make sure that we had the money for you guys ready and available, so that way, once the decisions were made, that we could then proceed with implementing the regulatory and enforcement parts of that program.
The decision of 25,000 being one-time is we're aware of specific one-time costs for equipment that is likely necessary to be part of an enforcement program that we don't need to ask for we don't need it every year.
I really appreciate this being in here because it starts to show the potential of appropriate fee levels to cover administrative costs and city burden. And so I think that we might want to footnote that as revenues come in, perhaps the general fund that's paying for it now can be repaid.
Sure, and I would caution the council from thinking 175,000 is what we need. This is our initial take to get things rolling, and we need data back that's currently under development from our consultants to really know the true number, but we think this will get us started and get us through fall supplemental.
Okay. And then finally, you all received a memo a couple weeks ago on the 4th of July programming from the Special Events Department. And in it outlined a total program cost of $80,000 for 4th of July program. We only need part of that funding is from existing appropriations, and then this is a one-time request for $37,000 for programming this summer. The next set of requests, the Recreation Department they received a day camp stabilization grant, which would help to provide scholarships to participants in their summer camp programs. Part of what they need from that is a one-time increase of about $13,000 in order to cover material and supplies that the grant itself won't cover. So this is just to enable that to happen. The other two requests are no-cost requests. We're simply requesting authorization for an FTE. The Recreation Department is trying to a new staffing model to make sure that they have the necessary staff to keep open and keep the facilities running at the appropriate level. And so moving away from temporary labor into more of a full-time position is sort of the direction that we'd like to try with this. And so we're just asking for authorization to create those 3 FTEs. The Red Brick Center for the Arts, there's an arts programming coordinator that is part of this request. We're asking for everything except for that planner position. Any funding that we're asking for is 6 months or is only for 6 months of funding, and then the full funding will show up in the 23 budget if you approve these. The arts programming coordinator would enable us to expand the arts programming that we have there. There would be a small revenue component I will point out, as part of the additional programming that we're able to offer, I will point out that this particular request, later on in the packet, there is a transfer of $250,000 from the 120 fund into the general fund. Part of that $250,000 would cover the 6 months of funding for the Red Brick Center for the Arts Program Coordinator, if that's how you would like us to proceed. And then finally, we put it under business services. This position is spread out across a number of funds. Is a facilities maintenance mechanic. This is a position that the Parks and Rec Group has requested to help address a very large backlog in service requests for facilities maintenance in all of our facilities. So the Red Brick, the ARC, Parks Campus, Golf, et cetera. So this position is meant to help maintain our facilities as we go forward. The other non-general fund requests is one is for the Kids First for the child CMC infant care room that we've already discussed. This is a startup program, so we discussed a number of options for funding of this and how to get it started up. This would mostly be a contractor and RFP. There is a small portion of this initial $250,000 this year that might need to go towards furniture and fixtures, but the remainder would be to provide a qualified child care provider the funding necessary to get started to make sure that they get that they can actually provide the service to the community. This is proposed as an ongoing request. At some point, this might be evaluated again, I'm sure, for ongoing suitability of funding, but right now, as it is presented, it's contemplated as an ongoing $250,000. And then finally, the golf course has requested a one-time increase of $70,000 for additional inventory. Inventories, I mean, obviously, there's more expense that they have. They're also concerned that based on the sales from previous seasons, that they do not necessarily have the authority to purchase all of the inventory that they need to get them through the season. The inventory expense is typically offset with the profit margin that they put onto the sale as well. So this is fully recouped in the golf department's estimation. Okay. The savings program, y'all are all familiar with this, I think. This year, the total savings request is for about $3.1 million. Departmental savings make up $2.6 million of that. So the departmental savings program, just as a reminder, is used to cover one-time mission critical or mission related expenses. The intent of this is to discourage use it or lose it spending. This is unique to the city of Aspen. Just as a sort of some guidelines around this, any expense over $10,000 requires the city manager's authorization before they can use the money from their savings numbers. And then, of course, anything over $50,000 follows our normal procurement process and would come before city council. This year, the central savings amount is $450,000, and that enables the city manager to have funding available to address one-time citywide items that impact the city as a whole, not specifically. She has her own savings account up in the departmental savings line as well. Operating carry-forwards represent 2% of the total request. Operating carry-forwards are very similar to the capital carry-forwards that we're going to talk about here in a second.
Can I go backwards for
Yes,
one
ma'am.
question? And it's just for my information, the public's as well. But on the central savings, is there any similar requirement that expenditure over $50,000 or something like that would come back to council?
So yeah, any expense over $50,000 by definition as part of our procurement policy is required to come to council for approval.
And I know Sarah keeps us abreast of whenever there's some need or something that she's going to be spending on, whether it's big or small. But I just, since it's not a bullet point on the slide, I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So operating carry forwards represent just a little under $1 million. They're primarily in 3 buckets. The planning department has the majority of them. Of sort of interest, there's some systems and operations items that are important for their operations and well functioning. There's $90,000 to continue the outdoor lighting regulation work that you authorized back in November. There is some money in there for historic preservation and development, and then affordable housing code amendment like we discussed earlier. There are a couple public safety related items. Y'all authorized a police mental health grant, the expenditure of about $22,000. In 2021, they expended about $4,000 of that. So they're requesting the carry forward of $18,000 of that. Just as a reminder, that is a grant that enables us to reimburse our sworn officers for mental health counseling, and that is not just limited to the city of Aspen. It includes Pitkin County Sheriff's Office and then the Basalt and Snowmass Police Departments, as well as the Aspen Police Department. And then the engineering department needed us to carry forward some money for the completion of the emergency repair flash beacon that you authorized. I believe it was a spring supplemental last year for an emergency repair. And then other carry forwards or specific savings are typically things like carry forward savings for computers and other equipment that we usually roll forward every year, so that way departments have it when they need it. The capital program represents almost $31 million of this total request. As you can see on this chart, the majority of this is actually related to just a small handful of items. So Burlingame 3 represents $14 million of that, and then the other items are a number. The other things on there are the bulk, but Burlingame is sort of the big one on there. There were a number of new capital requests, 5 of them, that you will see in this packet. One is for a permanent traffic counter on Power Plant Road. There is a request for a PM 2.5 air quality sensor network. This is from air quality impact funds, and so this is funded already. This will enable us to provide more localized and specific air quality monitoring throughout the city. The Building IQ benchmark software, I believe I saw this was a response to a question in ordinance number 5 in the packet in there. This will enable us to implement a software for us to collect the data required in order for us to meet Building IQ. This is also a grant that we received. The golf shop fixtures is just a small grant, or is a small appropriation to increase the how we display our goods out at the pro shop. And then water place housing boilers. The asset department completed a needs assessment last year, and a number of boilers, most of the boilers were found to be at end of life. They've replaced a number of them already. This $215,000 enables them to replace the 12 that are remaining that need to be done this year. Capital lifetime adjustments. As you all know, we've presented on this a number of times. Our capital projects are becoming much more expensive to complete. When we asked departments to go through their carry forward request for capital projects, we asked them to also identify any projects where capital funding as it was not adequate to complete the project. Departments came up with 24 projects for a total combined value of about $3.4 million in increased capital needs over and above what was already in their lifetime budgets. And so the majority of them you can see here. These are the largest requests, over $100,000. If we have any questions about these, I'm sure that we can either answer them or we can have somebody from the department, if they're available, to do that. But just in general, most of these represent just increased costs. They're not scope changes per se. They're just, we needed to have more money in order to complete the project that we presented to y'all, so. And then finally, this is just a list of the projects of over 250,000. So there's 112 projects total in the carry forward of about 24 million. These 13 projects right here represent about 20 million of that. So these are the largest projects in the city that we have going on. Y'all already know about Burlingame and the Maroon Creek penstock lining and the other projects. So the majority of the projects are very small. The large percentage of the project carry forwards are really just a few projects of the total. Okay, and then very quickly, technical adjustments. Technical adjustments represent 7 million of these, like we talked about earlier. These are things that are either just adjustments that we need to make to our budget for technical reasons, or they're items that you have already previously approved. So those would include things like the Pepke Transit Hub that you addressed earlier this year and the increases in transfers related to that. There's $600,000 for moratorium code amendment contracts, so the variety of contracts and consultants that we've needed to complete the moratorium work. We've put $600,000 into this appropriation for that work. And then, as I mentioned earlier, and we've discussed, and I think we'll discuss a little bit further on tonight, there is a $250,000 transfer from the 120 fund into the general fund to cover red brick. And what it would cover is the operating expenses not covered by programmatic revenue. And then there's also an additional makeup for if you approve the new FTE for the arts coordinator, that would also be included in this. The arts grants, the way that this ordinance is presented to you right now, we would move $300,000 out of the general fund appropriation. So this is not a transfer, we're simply reducing the appropriation in the general fund by $300,000 and increasing that amount in the Arts and Culture Fund as a result of passage of 2A. Okay, there are a handful of items that are known that are currently not in this ordinance that we presented last week, I believe. The yellow brick, it says boiler, it should say sewer system, excuse me. The yellow brick had money in 23 to do a lot of plumbing work. They've had some emergent needs, so we're going to need to put about $35,000 in there to address the work that needs to get done out there. The $550,000 for full funding for the remainder of this year for the compensation and classification that y'all we addressed earlier. And then we will need to add additional funding in the for workers' comp premiums that we'll have a final number on that next when we come back to you on the 26th if you decide to move this forward. And with that, that wraps up everything. It's in the ordinance. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to address them.
Thank you. Questions?
Just a little clarification on the departmental savings and central savings. The departmental is 100% carryover from year to year until it reaches a maximum of 15% or 150,000.
The maximum is 150 or 15% of their operating budget.
Whichever is lower.
Whichever is lower, yeah. It is 50% of their operating savings is what is able to be used for carry forward purposes.
And those accumulate so they can
Yes.
get up to 15% or 150.
Correct. The general fund, if you give me a second here, I have this number. The general funds, the impact to the general fund on the savings program was actually right at $500,000 of a $1.5 million total, meaning that the other $1 million was just roll forward of previous savings. So
And what are these funds primarily used for? I understand that they cannot be used for something that was asked in a budget, but I'm just curious where these get it.
All kinds of interesting things. It's used a lot for, maybe there's a little pilot program they want to try out, get some better information before coming for a full funding request to council. So we'll approve seed money as part of our innovation value to let some of that work happen. It sometimes covers when, our estimate was this work was going to cost us $35,000. It came in at $45,000. I need to come up with the other $10,000 somewhere, so that's still delivering a community output. Occasionally, it's for temporary labor to set up or operate a program for a period of time. Again, it's sort of in that pilot mode about should we convert it from temporary to permanent, as long as it falls within the appropriation levels. From the departmental level, I've used it in the city manager's department to cover, instead of coming back to you and saying, hey, this contract came in $3,000 more than we budgeted, I just covered it, right? Instead of asking for those little things here and there. In terms of central savings, it's, as Andrew mentioned, it's for the whole organization. So I might have a need for a termed temporary recruiter in HR that multiple departments will benefit from. And so I'll use that pot of money to assist with that temporary labor request. Another example is actually for this year, I'm planning on, as we're bringing back some of our in-person employee recognition events, and there's a whole history of an odd way they were being paid for that I said we're just going to stop doing because it involved taking money from employees' paychecks that I said no to any longer. So I'll be using the central savings to help cover a portion of our employee recognition activities throughout the year.
Thank you.
Rachel?
Thank you. Thank you for the very detailed presentation. It's kind of interesting that people in the finance department know more about what's going on in every department of the city than probably anyone else, because you have to answer the questions about the money. And so
I spend a lot of time on the phone.
yeah, I bet. Well, very good work, and I appreciate that so much. I actually just got to kind of bring up something that would be helpful maybe for illustrative purposes for my role on the APCHA board and some of the housing issues we're looking at. Just because I would note there was significant both lifetime need on roofs at Water Place Housing and then the current request for boilers. And everything decays, you know, it's scientific, things fall apart. But we're on the APCHA side saying, well, how much does that owner need to pay to sell to fix those things, and how much upkeep along the way? I want to be really clear here. The city's housing is very, very different from general APCHA housing. You can't retire in it. You have to move if you lose your job or you change your job. That's not true of APCHA housing. You just have to get another job and work your hours. You can't leave it to your kids. So it's a hybrid. It's almost like a a co-op or something. But just to try to think about what those units that were built not long ago at a good quality level, and I'm not sure what there is a HOA contribution for, probably ongoing maintenance, but I think it's a good example of what we expect our category owners to be able to pay for and do after 20 years that we might not be expecting others to do for various reasons. But again, it's a much better case study that we could ever have than any HOA out there, because they don't have to share their books and they don't share when they've made improvements or how much annually they put in to keep up their project. And I just think that I'd love to have, I'm fully supportive of the request, but I just think it's a great opportunity for us to have a case study of what it takes to maintain the housing in the condition that we would expect to sell it to someone else to over a 25-year time period, whenever it was that John Bennett and Amy Marjoram and all of us came up with how to fund and build Water Place housing. So it's just a comment, but I think it would be very illustrative of our own expectations of people who we are selling units to perhaps at category 2s and 3s and the lower end in the future, or particularly some of our older conversion projects that were very older mobile homes, and the people were willing and able to pay for their lot at the time, but how do we replace that with a really habitable unit in the future? So that's all as a comment.
And just for the benefit of everyone here, since we're talking about capital
Please.
there, those deed restrictions require that you forfeit a portion of your
Appreciation?
appreciation. Thank you. I kept wanting to say interest. You forfeit a portion of your appreciation as a capital contribution. So there is a owner requirement to be reinvesting in the capital. So it's not 100% covered by the city. Thank you.
Yeah. Again, and it's almost like rental housing for these folks. It's a public-private partnership, and what people bring in with their mortgage by buying that unit is part of what has allowed us to afford to put that housing together. So I'm not trying to make any criticism. I just think that maybe there's a model there that we could borrow more for some of our future HOAs or things like that. And it'd make a great case study because no one else's books are open, except ours, of what it really costs. Thank you.
Questions, comments? I need a motion to read.
I don't have my computer on right now, guys.
Ordinance 7.
I move that we read Ordinance 7, Series 2022.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote for reading of ordinance number 7?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau.
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Ordinance number 7, series of 2022, an ordinance appropriating an increase in the Asset Management Plan Fund expenditures of $8,399,719, General Fund expenditures of $3,717,520, Parks and Open Space Fund expenditures of $1,580,531, Wheeler Opera House Fund expenditures of $1,430,807, Tourism Promotion Fund expenditures of $245,530, Transportation Fund expenditures of $1,302,925, Housing Development Fund expenditures of $14,537,141, Kids First Fund expenditures of $1,578,700, Stormwater Fund expenditures of $629,407, Water Utility Fund expenditures of $4,844,805, Electric Utility Fund expenditures of $1,467,390, Parking Fund expenditures of $242,578, sorry. Golf Course Fund expenditures of $275,980, Trescott One Housing Fund expenditures of $419,900, Merle Housing Fund expenditures of $840, Employee Housing Fund expenditures of $644,146, and Information Technology Fund expenditures of $1,462,133.
Good job.
Thank you, Nicole. With that, I could take a motion for approval of ordinance number 7 on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote for approval of ordinance number 7 on first reading?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau,
Approved.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Can we ever waive first reading?
Never.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much.
That brings us down to our public hearings. The first one on our agenda is ordinance number 2, series 2022. This is the Aspen Mini Storage Property Annexation.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thanks for your attention this evening. For the record, Ben Anderson, planner with Community Development. I'm going to do a very brief introduction and then turn things over to the applicant and their representatives. You're considering this evening's second reading of ordinance number 2 and 3. We're considering them together. You received a single memo, but 2 separate ordinances. And so as you take action on this evening, you will need to consider the 2 ordinances separately and that they do different things. We introduced this to you at first reading, and this is actually the 4th meeting that we've had with you on the topic. But these 2 ordinances would annex the Aspen mini storage property into the city of Aspen and establish the initial zoning for the property to memorialize its existing conditions. And again, this property is part of the eventual land assemblage that's going to make up the Lumberyard Affordable Housing project. It's immediately adjacent to the Lumberyard property, but is currently sitting in Picken County. And so with that, I'm going to turn things over to the applicant. They're going to do a presentation, explain the property and some of the review criteria, and then I'm going to come back to you and make the recommendation on ordinances 2 and 3. So with that, I'll turn things over to Robert Schultz and Chris Everson to describe the project.
Pull yours up. First slide. Good evening, Council. I'm Bob Schultz, Robert Schultz Consulting, a planner from Carbondale. With me is Jason James from GHM Design, and of course you know Chris. Tonight's application is to annex and zone the Aspen mini storage site. There's nothing that we're going to do tonight that's going to permit any future housing. That's not the topic of this particular action. We'll be back in the future to talk about that. So tonight it's limited exclusively to adding this property to the city of Aspen and establishing some initial zoning. So to do that, we'll talk about the state and the city criteria for annexing property, and we'll talk about the criteria for zoning new property into the city. First, I'd like to make sure we're all looking at the same property. There are 3 mini storage facilities in the area, so we want to make sure that we're talking about the right one. Highway 82 is on the left of your screen. The Up Valley entrance to the ABC is just above the property. And to the south is the Lumberyard property that's currently operated by Builders First Source. Immediately to the right is a Comcast facility, and then to the right of that, some affordable housing from Comcast, and to the right of that is the new mini storage facility that was just built a couple of years ago over at the site. The city of Aspen annexed the Lumberyard in 2011 and used the same exact process that we're proposing you to use tonight and the same exact zoning. This photo shows the location of the office and the manager's apartment at the site. In addition to the storage units, there's commercial parking spaces, that office space, and the manager's apartment. The intention of the zoning part of this is to allow those uses to continue at the same level and the same intensity that they exist today. The parcel was never a part of the ABC. One of the commonly asked questions about this particular parcel. It was part of a communication center subdivision. In 1990, it was removed from the condo declarations, so it's an independent property that is independent of the other 2 lots that were in that original subdivision. While we're only here to deal with annexation and zoning of the property tonight, we need to recognize that it's part of a bigger plan. For about 20 years, the city has been assembling land in this location for a future affordable housing project. The property at the top is the one that's the subject of tonight's hearing. The property below it is the two parcels that make up the lumberyard, and then the triangular property at the bottom is a piece of Burlingame Ranch that was always intended for affordable housing, but it's now part of a larger parcel that includes some land that will be conserved, is being conserved. And we'll be back to you in not too distant future with a subdivision application for that triangle down at the bottom. Focusing back to the reason we're here tonight, the annexation, we will go over the state and city criteria, and then on the zoning, we'll talk about the existing uses and why we think the SCI zoning with a planned development overlay is appropriate. The primary criteria from the state is contiguity. So in the state statute, it requires that a sixth of the property be contiguous with city boundary. So in the perimeter of the entire mini storage site is about 1,666 feet. So that means that at least 278 feet would have to be contiguous to meet the state requirements. We have 435 feet of contiguity, so we've met the criteria. That's the primary criteria for the state. Having satisfied the state, we turn to the city's criteria. And in this particular case, the most important one is the urban growth boundary. The city and the county have agreed on that boundary. It's in red on this drawing. There's a yellow arrow that points to the mini storage site, and we're obviously well within the boundary of the urban growth boundary. So we've established contiguity, and we've established that it is within the urban growth boundary, and it's a parcel of less than 10 acres, which means that the city doesn't require the annexation impact report. The city has other criteria for annexation, most of which are not applicable in this case because there's no new development proposed. So the things that we would typically look at are the impacts of some new idea of property being added to the city and its impacts. There's no new roads, no significant changes to taxation, no TDRs, no utilities that are not already in place, and the change to the city boundary is relatively insignificant for the 3-acre parcel. I went into more detail in the application to each of those criteria, and I'd be glad to answer questions later if you have specific ones you want to talk about. But both we and the staff agree that many of them are not applicable because of the nature of this project. So overall, we agree with staff and the Planning Commission's recommendation that we've met the criteria for annexation, both the state and the local. And this is the annexation plat that would actually be recorded to add this to the boundary of the city of Aspen. Shifting now to zoning, the SCI zone district was determined to be the most appropriate for this particular situation, and we decided to propose a planned development overlay to let everybody know that there was no intention to add additional commercial uses at this location. It's a holding zone, exactly what you did at the Aspen Lumberyard. The SCI zone allows some uses that don't fall into the traditional commercial or the typical kind of commercial that we would see downtown, offices, restaurants, and retail spaces. It's the best fit, and storage is one of the uses that is allowed in that zone district. The zoning that's adjacent to the property, the property that is the lumberyard is in the purple on this drawing, and it has that same SCI PD zone. Over to the right, you see the Annie Mitchell property, which is zone residential multifamily. And farther to the south, there's some rural residential. That's that area, the triangle that we'll be back to talk to you about. And then conservation lands that are part of the conservation easement with Aspen Valley Land Trust. To the north of the property is county lands. Most of it is B2, general commercial, one of the exceptions being the affordable housing for Comcast, which is Zone AH. The intention of this table is to show the differences in what would be allowed under the proposed zoning and the current Pickens County zoning. The development that's out there today is less than either one of those would allow. The idea behind the PD is to limit it to what's there today. So the city is saying we're not doing this to add additional uses or to gain any financial advantage or to look for additional commercial development. It's a holding zone. Once again, the same thing you did on the lumberyard. Similar to the annexation criteria, some of the zoning standards that we would normally look at for a rezoning are less applicable because there's no change in use proposed. So the uses that would be proposed in the future based on this zoning would be the uses that are there today. The fact that there are 3 mini storage facilities in this immediate area and the mix of uses that exist at the Airport Business Center suggests that it fits the general character of the area. There are no new demands for services and utilities, so there really isn't a new demand for services. And the fact that this facility is operated for a couple of decades without any significant issues suggests that it's compatible. The planned development criteria seek to guarantee that whatever is being proposed is compatible in use and extent with area properties. And once again, this property has existed for over 20 years. A new facility was just built a couple of years ago next door to it for mini storage. So there's no facts to suggest that it's an incompatible use, either on extent or type of use. And reiterating again that we have a survey of what's out there today, and that would be the limits of what would be allowed under this zoning. This is that PD site plan, which is basically a survey of the property. And so what you see out there today is what you would be allowing into the future until there's a housing plan that is developed and approved for this property. Ultimately, once again, we know that this isn't the permanent use of this property, but it's a temporary holding zone while additional planning and permitting go on. By allowing this use to continue, the city collects rent, which in the extent that it's in excess of expenses, helps with the cost of the acquisition of the property, and it also helps the people who are currently renting space out there for storage. So it's kind of a win-win from our perspective to allow this to continue. In closing, we concur with staff's analysis and the Planning Commission's unanimous support by recommendation to approve the annexation of the zoning. Look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you.
Are there any questions at this time? This is a public hearing, so I'll open up the public hearing. Are there members of the public that wish to comment this evening on ordinance number 2 or ordinance number 3? I think that was both presentations there. Any members in the room? And I'll look on WebEx as well. Not seeing any, I'll close the public comment portion. Council? Further questions?
No further questions, but I wanted to say thank you for the research and the very thorough presentation that you've put into this. Appreciate it.
I could use a motion.
Do we need 2 separate motions?
Yes.
Yes.
I move we adopt ordinance 2, 2022.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 2, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
I move we adopt ordinance 3, 2022.
I also second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 3, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau,
Also yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
And yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good
guys.
to see you, Bob. And not talk about COVID. Next item on our agenda is ordinance number 4. This is 700 Ute Avenue, Aspen Alps Building 100, PD minor amendment to a project review approval.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Tory. Thank you for your time today. You'll be considering ordinance number 4, series of 2022. I'll do a brief introduction, and then I'll turn it over to the applicant team. And then once they're done, I'll go over review criteria and staff findings and recommendation. Again, this is for 700 Ute Avenue, Aspen Alps, Building 100. Here's an aerial view of the 100 building. To the east is South Original Street. To the west is South Spring Street. To the north is the W Hotel. And to the south is Ute Avenue. That section is closed off to vehicular traffic. The scope of this project, they want to reinforce the 100 building with steel frame around the entire building. Exterior renovations required by that upgrade of the steel frame around the building. Reconfiguration of the pool and spa area. Removal and replacement of all exterior finishes, new hardscape, and new landscaping. Some of the planning implications, they're requesting amended setbacks, amended building height. This is generally goes to Ref 1 if it goes above the allowable for the PD, but this may be exempt under Home Rule Charter Section 13.14C, and we'll get to that later on in the presentation. Memorialization of all the exterior improvements and mechanical equipment locations. Elimination of the requirements for the proposed pool and spa to be in the front yard. A variance for the pool mechanical equipment room. And just a higher level, there's no request for unit increase or floor area increases. And the relevant council review is a minor amendment to a project review approval. And this is from the code. Project review shall focus on the general concept for the development and shall outline any dimensional requirements that vary from those allowed in the underlying zone district. The burden shall rest upon an applicant to show the reasonableness of development application and its conformity to the standards and procedures of this chapter and title. The underlying zone district shall be used as a guide, but not an absolute limitation, to the dimensions which may be considered during the development review process. And with that, I'll pass it over to the applicant team.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to just mention, I don't know if it was mentioned, Alan Richmond, who's our land use planner, got stuck on the other side of the Continental Divide in the storm today. So he's here on the computer and ready to go. And so I'm going to need to learn to share here real quick. So I just click share. And whichever screen.
Kids, you know how to share.
It's caring.
There you go. I have kids, I know how to give. So, thank you. My name is John Corcoran. I'm the general manager of the Aspen Alps. The subject of tonight's hearing is the 100 building and the pool at the Aspen Alps, the first bit of infrastructure that actually existed at the Aspen Alps back in 1962. And so I'll throw that up there to make you smile. Ward, are you in there anywhere? I'm just checking. I show you this to make you smile, but also to show you generally what the pool and the building still look like. So, you know, after a long period of time, the 100 building owners would like to update the exterior of their building, and the association as a whole would like to improve and upgrade the pool facilities for the next generation of owners and guests. And that's why we're here tonight. The project will be explained very capably by Alan and Luis, and I think it's worthy of your approval. So the Aspen Alps and I appreciate your time this evening, and I look forward to your ultimate approval. And I will turn it over to Alan.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Good, okay. Sorry I couldn't be with you in person. I flew in real early this morning. I landed at 9 o'clock with every intention of getting on the highway, and I-70 was closed, and I didn't think it was safe to really try it. So I hope you can bear with me here. We've worked really closely with your staff in getting to tonight's public hearing. We really appreciate the staff's comprehensive review of the project. We're fully comfortable with the conditions that staff is recommending in Ordinance 4. We have no request for any changes to the wording in Ordinance 4, so we're good to go with it. We'll try and keep our presentation relatively succinct so that you can move on and Jeffrey can complete his presentation. What we're here requesting tonight is what I think we ought to consider to be a set of minor adjustments to the approved PUD for the 100 building at the Aspen Alps. The 100 building, as John mentioned, it was the first of the 7 condominium buildings that was constructed at the Aspen Alps. It was built in 1962, which makes it 60 years old at this point in time. It contains 16 units, and those units, of course, are not only occupied by the owners. The majority of those 16 units participate in the rental pool, which the Aspen Alps manages. So these units are an important part of your short-term accommodations inventory. As we talked to you about at the first reading, the 100 building is also the location of 2 important amenities that serve the entire Aspen Alps complex. Those are the pool and spa, which you saw that lovely picture of, and which are located right in front of the building, and the conference room, which is located in the lower level of the building. The PUD plan that I'm talking about here that we would be amending is one that the City Council originally approved in 2013. And that was somewhat of an unusual PUD plan, although as I was listening to the comments about the plan development plan for the lumberyard property, that one is kind of similar because the purpose of the PUD plan was basically to recognize the existing conditions that were in place at the Aspen Alps at that time, not to allow some new type of development. So the 2013 plan was really all about eliminating the nonconformities that had built up in the Aspen Alps over time as the city's zoning changed in the 1970s and 1980s. Many nonconformities became present at the Aspen Alps, and the main purpose of the PUD plan was to eliminate those nonconformities. And that was really done to allow the Aspen Alps to begin to move forward from that point to plan for improvements to the buildings. And of course, now you're seeing those kinds of improvements for the 100 building. What the 2013 plan did not do is it didn't authorize any changes to be made to the existing conditions of those buildings. If the Alps wanted to make changes, then the owners had to come back in through a plan development amendment process, such as we're doing tonight. So any changes to dimensions, any changes to exterior conditions on the buildings, those all require a PUD amendment. As John mentioned, because this building is 60 years old, the owners have decided it's time to modernize it. The express intent of this modernization of this building is an exterior remodel upgrade and an upgrade of the pool and spa area. I think there are a couple of things that to me are very notable about the project. As Jeffrey mentioned, there's no increase in the unit count, no extension of the building footprint. The floor area increases that are associated with this project are all due to the calculation methodology that the city has for floor area. So in other words, we're extending the thickness of the walls. We're not increasing the size of the units. We're not expanding the non-unit space in the building. That's not what's going on here. This is not a growth project, if you will. A second important feature that we've mentioned to you at first reading is the enhancement of the accessibility of the amenities in the project to all persons. Right now, the pool and the spa area are not accessible to people with disabilities. That also means that the conference room is not accessible to people with disabilities. And this project will make that possible and make movement throughout the building possible. Another important feature of this project is that there will be upgrades to numerous building elements to bring them up to today's code efficiency standards. Just as an example, the roof today is currently rated at an R10 efficiency rating. That's kind of an ancient standard. It will be brought up to today's code, which is an R49 level. Windows are going to be replaced throughout the building. Insulation is going to be added. New features are going to be brought in. So energy efficiency is one of the main things that this project is all about. We're really looking to do all of this to extend the exterior appearance, to improve the thermal efficiency, to serve the guests better, and all to do that without growth impacts upon the community. But what we have here today and what we're going to get into in this presentation, both by the applicant and by the staff, is to make you familiar with some of the nonconformities that have been created since the 2013 PUD was adopted. Since that happened, there have been numerous changes in the code which have made existing features nonconforming. We've also found that there are things that the 2013 PUD simply missed. For example, Luis will show you some stairs at the back of the building that protrude into the setback today. We're not talking about extending them. We're simply talking about upgrading them and keeping them in their current location, but we need a setback variance to be able to do that. So another example of that is if you look at the pool and the spa in their location today, they face Ute Avenue, they're in the front side of the building, and the city code doesn't allow that to occur anymore without a variation. We're not talking about moving them any closer to the street. We're not talking about extending them towards the street, but we need a variance to be able to have them in those locations. So I think in general, as you look at these setback variances that Luis will be pointing out to you and that Jeffrey will be pointing out to you, the key thing to think about here is we're not talking about extending the footprint of the building. We're not talking about moving features closer to the property lines. We're simply trying to recognize that the city code has evolved since 2013 and that there were features missing in the 2013 PUD, and we simply need to recognize those in the PUD. But we're not coming closer to our neighbors or anything of that nature. The one notable variation that Jeffrey mentioned is the height variation. It's essential if we're going to improve the structural integrity of this building, which is very necessary to do, and it's essential for the energy efficiency upgrades. I'm going to turn it over to Luis so that he can show you where in the building that height variation is needed and why it is needed. So with that, I think I'll pass it to Luis.
Thank you, Alan. Good evening, everyone. I'm Luis Menendez of Menendez Architects. As Alan mentioned, the Aspen Alps 100 building is 60 years old. It still has the original exterior finishes, insulation, structure, and most of the mechanical systems. It was designed to meet less stringent building codes than today's standards, and due to its age and normal wear, many of the original building components are in need of replacement or improvement. Aspen Alps homeowners seek to modernize the building, improve its safety, enhance the thermal performance, and make the common areas wheelchair accessible. To meet these goals, it's necessary to obtain approval for the three main items requested in the land use approval, or last use application, sorry. Those three items include increasing the height of a small section of the building, amend setbacks, and amend the permanent amenities allowed in street-facing yards. If we can go to the first two slides, please. Yes, let's go to the next one. These are exteriors of elevation of the building. The existing condition is at the top of the page. The proposed condition is at the bottom of the page. As you saw in the previous slide and in this one, the majority of the building is just a two-story structure. The dashed line represents the allowable 28-foot height limit. You can see that all within one area around that grid line D is below the height limit. What the condition that breaks the height limit is that in that section below grid line D, there's a walkout basement, and therefore height must be measured from that lower grade elevation. Let's go to the next slide.
Like I say, are those solar panels on the top of the roof? That drawing or?
Those on the top of the roof, the proposed, those would be screen walls for proposed mechanical equipment locations. We are engineering the proposed roof structure to support solar panels in case homeowners want to install those in the future. The existing height at the nonconformity is 28 feet 11 inches, and with the proposed improvements, it's going to raise the nonconformity to 30 feet 9 inches approximately, pending the final structural design. This roof plan view, again, the existing is at the top of the page, the proposed is at the bottom of the page. Those shaded areas below grid line D represent the portion of the building that doesn't conform to the height limit. So as you can tell, the vast majority of the buildings still meets the height limit. There are several factors that contribute to the need for increasing the building height. One is raising the roof insulation R value, as Alan mentioned, from the current R10 to the code minimum of R49 by today's standards. Reinforcing the roof structure and shear capacity of the building. And without getting into details, the solution for the structural issues is to overframe a new roof over the existing roof. Modifying the geometry of the roof to improve drainage and safety. And finally, relocating existing mechanical equipment and providing for additional mechanical equipment on the roof for safety and sound mitigation. Thanks. The second main item is the amending of the setbacks. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. Sure. The setbacks in the PUD are not consistent with the allowed zone district setbacks and existing construction on the property. The zone district allows for 5-foot setbacks for the front, rear, side yard setbacks. Ordinance 34, the PUD approves 7.5 feet for the front, 11.5 feet for the east side, 18 feet for the west side, and 20 feet for the rear. We're requesting 5-foot setbacks for the front and the rear yard setback and east side yard setback per the zone district. Since north is up on this page, the rear is along the north, west is on the left, east on the and the front setback is along the south, which is along the pool area. We're requesting 13 feet 10 inches for the rear and 12 feet for the west. These would result in a 0 setback from the easement lines, but much greater than the 5-foot allowed from the property line. I don't know that you can zoom in, but Alan made reference to the existing stairs on the north side of the building. Yes, right there. And there's another set to the right of that. Those stairs currently extend beyond the existing setbacks by the PUD, and with these requests, it will bring them into conformity. Amending these setbacks are going to allow the following. It'll match the zone district setbacks where applicable. As I just mentioned, it'll bring the nonconformities into compliance. It will allow for a wheelchair ramp to the pool area along the south side property line there, if you can point to that.
So right here is
That's right there. The pool area is approximately 5 feet below that Ute Avenue pedestrian way. So we need quite a distance in wheelchair ramp, about 60 feet, in order to make up that elevation difference. In addition to that, there's another wheelchair ramp that's proposed north of that one that'll serve the conference room space. And finally, it'll allow for improvements to the pool area. You can see on the bottom right there that we're moving an existing retaining wall a few feet closer, but not entirely to the setback, to allow us to increase the pool deck area. Go to the next slide, please. That's the existing condition of the pool. Go to the next one. And that's the proposed. You can see there the proposed is superimposed over the existing, so the pool is staying primarily where it currently exists. We are changing the configuration to allow for a lap lane and changing the configuration to allow for more lounge area in the sunny part of the pool deck area. Although the current code prohibits swimming pools and spas between any lot line adjacent to a street and any structure, the pool and spa are longstanding conditions on the property. They were built legally but made non-conforming by changes in the land use code. Aspen Apps would like to make several improvements to the pool area to enhance accessibility, safety, energy efficiency, and user experience. We'd like to make the pool area and conference center wheelchair accessible via the wheelchair ramps we just pointed out. Make the dressing rooms wheelchair accessible and ADA compliant. Like to reduce the depth of the pool for safety and to reduce the energy demand for heating the water. Like to improve the energy efficiency of the pool equipment. Change the configuration of the pool to allow for a lap lane, create pool deck on the sunny side, and unfortunately, there is no other place on the property to locate the pool and spa, so this is the area we have to work with. The pool and spa will be screened by a fence. It is approximately 5 feet below and 32 feet 6 inches from the Ute Avenue pedestrian way. So the code intent that addresses not wanting to see swimming pools from street are kind of minimized by the distance and the difference in elevation here. I'm happy to get into any more detail for any of these aforementioned items, but for now, in the interest of time, I'll turn it back over to John.
Actually, I don't have anything else. Alan, do you have more?
No, I don't.
Okay. Jeffrey, we'll give it back to you.
I don't think I did this earlier. For the record, this is Jeffrey Barnhill, City Planner, City of Aspen. So when staff is reviewing the project review standards, we go through these 9 criteria. As you can see, I simplified it. Most of these criteria were either met or not applicable. What the major focus on this is dimensions, which require the variations and variances. And then these are the criteria within dimensions that we judge these. All dimensions, including density, mass, and height, shall be established during the project review. A development application may request variations to any dimensional requirement of this title. In meeting this standard, consideration shall be given to the following criteria. If you guys want to go through these. So again, for the requests, we've got amended setbacks, amended height, memorialization of mechanical equipment locations, elimination of the requirements for the pool, and a variance for a mechanical equipment room. As Luis mentioned earlier, the proposed dimensional requirements, or the proposed dimensions for the minimum front yard setback are proposed to be 5 feet. For the east side yard setback, 5 feet. Those are both consistent with the Lodge Zone District. And then for the minimum west side yard setback, it'll be a 0-foot setback measured from the easement, so 12 feet from the lot line. And for the rear yard setback, it'll be a 0-foot setback measured from the easement, 13 feet 10 inches from the lot line. And for the maximum height, as Louise mentioned, it approximately will be 30 feet 9 inches. This is just a visual of it. The back setback here, the rear setback, allows for them to do work on these rear stairs. So we feel that the setback requests represent bringing this PD more into conformity, and they'll be able to work on these stair sections and other areas. And then the 5-foot setbacks are, again, consistent with Lodge District requirements. For the amended height, as Louise pointed out, the red line is the maximum height line per the Lodge Zone District, 28 feet. And as you can see, the blue line represents the height. So you can see it is going up a little bit. This is the only section of the building that will be going up. With that, Home Rule Charter Section 13.14C allows some exemptions to Ref 1 for height increases. It states the following shall be exempt from the provisions of paragraph A, and it goes on to list some exemptions: single-family and duplex homes, replacement of non-conforming structures, and variations necessary to implement energy efficiency measures and to meet applicable building and fire codes. We received a letter from the architect and a structural engineer, and the proposed design is the effective way to achieve energy efficiency and structural goals, and a new height limit that is established through the plan development for this limited section of the building is appropriate. Staff supports this decision, but the authority lies with City Council to determine that that meets the exemption criteria. The pool mechanical room requires a variance because of where it's situated. They have an encroachment license with the engineering department, and staff has worked closely with Parks to determine that removal of this pool mechanical room will disturb several mature trees, so they're in favor of keeping it in place where it is. And then for the pool and spa between a street and structure, we agree that this is the most reasonable place for this pool to exist, and it's a historical, it's been there for almost 60 years. And the reduced setbacks would actually bring this pool and spa area more into conformity. As for the mechanical equipment locations, these would meet zoning requirements for height and for the allowed exceptions to height limitations for the mechanical equipment. So these would all comply with zoning requirements. For referral agencies, Parks had no issue with the proposed project, but they will require tree removal permits. And the applicants will need written city forester approval to work within tree drip lines. And engineering found no concerns with the project, but did have permit submittal requirements for the applicants. Staff recommends that City Council adopt ordinance number 4, series of 2022 on second reading. And any questions?
Thank you. John?
No question, just some remarks. I'd like to think I speak for the whole board. This is the kind of land use project that I think we can all get behind. Nothing really is being changed, and you're bringing it up to code and making it more energy efficient. I'm all for it.
Thanks. Any questions at this time? This is a public hearing.
Yeah,
Rachel?
just to understand the resolution, the ordinance in our packet as written, does it respond to the Parks Department request and deny the removal of the pool area, pool equipment area, or is it written to allow it to be removed?
Say that last bit one more time.
Okay, sorry. The actual ordinance, is it in conformance with the Parks Department request to not remove the pool equipment area because of the trees, or is it written to support the applicant's request to be able to move that?
They're not.
We don't want to move. We're not requesting to move it. We want it to be where it is.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I kind of got confused since the Parks Department was saying they don't want it moved. I got confused. Thank you.
All right, this is a public hearing. I'll open the public comment portion for ordinance number 4, the Aspen Alps Building 100. Are there members of the public in the room that wish to comment this evening? Seeing none, I'll look on WebEx. Are there members of the public on WebEx that are looking to comment this evening on ordinance number 4? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table. Further questions, comments, suggestions?
Motions?
I move to adopt ordinance number 4, series of 2022.
I'll second that motion. Rachel seconds that motion. I echo
triple it.
her motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd just say I support everything that staff said. I think it makes sense. I appreciate you guys bringing back more about the landscaping and neighborhood context and how it fits into that transitional area. I think it's successful, so thank you.
Could we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 4, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes, please.
Counselor Mesereau,
Indeed.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
For hanging in there.
Yeah?
Good luck, Alan.
I'll be back tomorrow. I'll make it.
Drive safe.
Alan, I talked to Scott Ryder today at the grocery store. He said he had gone up to Eisenhower Tunnel from Denver, turned around, went back to Denver to do more work because it was impassable, and then later got through. But he said it was just a disaster.
It was a disaster early. I kept seeing closed signs on the Colorado Trips website, and yeah, there were accidents all over the place.
Yeah. Be safe.
Will be. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
That brings us to item D under public hearings, ordinance number 5, series 2022. This is building IQ.
Good evening, council. I'm just going to pull this up real quick.
Thanks for hanging in there with us.
All good.
Where'd you guys come from? Where are you hiding?
All right. Good evening, council. My name is Tessa Schreiner. I am the Climate Action Manager for the City of Aspen. And I'm here tonight with a brief presentation to accompany the second reading of the Building IQ Ordinance, number 5, series of 2022. I wanted to, before we get started, just give a shout out to some of the folks in the room that really helped develop this. We've got members of our design team that are sitting behind me. If you could raise your hand if you're on the design team, I'd really appreciate it. Yes, thank you. We had some other members in the room. They had to leave a little earlier. And we have members from CORE as well. If you would raise your hand, please. Thank you, our partners at CORE. And then finally, we had some property owners that came to show support from the Aspen Art Museum and Ski Co. They also had to leave, but wanted to make sure that that I informed council that they were here to share their support. So without further ado, we are here because on March 22nd, council approved with a 5-0 vote first reading of the Building IQ Ordinance, which proposes amendments to the Buildings and Building Regulations Code to add Building IQ. And it's 2 phases, the energy and water benchmarking and a building performance standard. So for the benefit of the public, although council has seen much of this content before, I will review why Building IQ, the process for how we got here, the phases of Building IQ, the impact and the resources, and I promise it will be brief. So starting with the why of Building IQ. So council in 2021 set a carbon goal to provide leadership and take meaningful action to reduce our community's greenhouse gas emissions, and it calls out action in the built environment specifically. Earlier this year, council also set new science-based targets to reduce our emissions in the community by 63% by 2030 and zero carbon by 2050. And our science-based targets really require us to take a hard look at where our emissions come from, which brings me to the graph that you see in front of you. 57% of our community's emissions as of 2020 came from the built environment. It's commercial and residential together. Building IQ addresses this sector directly. In addition, the Building IQ is in alignment with the recommendations of our Climate Action Plan. Moving on to our process, we've been working on Building IQ since 2018. We began this by bringing together our key stakeholders in the design team and in subcommittees that were comprised of city staff, technical experts, and the representatives from the 3 utilities that serve our area. In addition, we engage deeply with our program participants, property owners who will be participating in Building IQ, and we have incorporated their feedback into the ordinance and program that you see before you tonight. We've come to council on Building IQ in 2 separate work sessions, a policy resolution in February and first reading in March, all of which council gave us the thumbs up to move ahead. And finally, the Building IQ program incorporates best practice from what we've learned from the 40 communities, more than 40 communities in the country that have implemented benchmarking, and the 8 other communities in the U.S. that have implemented a building performance standard. This ordinance and program has been reviewed by technical experts around the country and given their thumbs up. Again, for the benefit of the public, I will briefly cover the phases of Building IQ and what this will look like for property owners. The first phase, under benchmarking, will require property owners to track and report energy and water usage annually, using the Energy Star Portfolio Manager tool, which is a free tool through the EPA. This will be a phased timeline. The first properties required to benchmark will be city buildings first, as of the end of June, followed by the largest commercial properties in our community, 20,000 square feet and larger, by the 1st of December. And this aligns with the state's benchmarking ordinance. I will talk a little bit more about the support through CORE later, but it's important to note here that regardless of a property's ability to have capacity to help with this benchmarking process, even though it doesn't take that long to do, CORE is prepared to support properties every step of the way in benchmarking. The second phase of Building IQ is a building performance standard. And while the ordinance that you see in front of you establishes the policy for the building performance standard, or the BPS, the specifics of this will be developed through and with stakeholders, and we will bring together folks from all along the valley, various technical expertise and backgrounds, and we will start that this summer to be developed over the next about a year. Once we, with this group of stakeholders, bring these recommendations and guidelines together, we will bring them to council for approval. Once council reviews and approves them and adopts them, that's when the standards will be set and properties will have to start working towards those building performance standards. So very briefly, what this looks like in 10 years should council pass Building IQ. As of year 1, we'll have 2 years of quality data for us to really help build our programming on, 2 years of quality benchmarking data. As of year 2, council will have reviewed and approved the BPS guidelines, and this will come with enhanced property owner support. We'll also start to see the benefits of the properties that are benchmarking with about a 2 to 3% energy savings, which is average across the EPA's portfolio of benchmarking buildings. By year 5, all the properties in our, under the ordinance will be benchmarking and working towards efficiency in those building performance standards. So enhanced or savings from the benchmarking, and then additional savings from working towards those standards. And then by year 10, we'll really start to see these deep efficiencies, which will directly affect the emissions coming from our building sector. This will affect significantly our goals that we have for reducing carbon for the Aspen community. Building IQ will require resources because it is a big and impactful program. Our technical support will come through our partners with CORE, who will provide really deep and hands-on support for property owners, including a resource hub, assessments, rebates, and the like. We do not require any staffing to support Building IQ, at least in this first year that we can foresee. And same with financial resources, because with the planning, with the CORE support, we're able to do this with the resources we have. However, we are looking out towards future years for the building performance standard to ensure that we are considering financial support for property owners that look to make these efficiency improvements. So we're looking for local dollars, state dollars, and other dollars to support that effort. And then, of course, as you heard earlier, we received this grant from the Colorado Energy Office to support this effort. In conclusion, staff recommends that council approve ordinance number 5, series of 2022, and that should say second reading, not first reading. I apologize. And I would love any questions or comments.
Thank you.
John?
Yes, this is Stephen Knipe. I'd like to comment briefly on this.
You were in the room.
Are you ready?
In the
Yes.
sky. Hi, Stephen.
Go right ahead.
So I've been in the wings on this for several years, and I want to acknowledge Tessa for really taking it on with a renewed interest and vigor that was really, it was perfect to spread it into the environmental health and sustainability part of the ComDev department. That putting those two departments together and in the same office has created a lot of synergies. And I think this is a wonderful example of what is the next step. And we're not the first ones, but we tried. As I understand from Tessa, we're the 9th, but that's still good. And so I support this initiative and do think that it is appropriate to have it in the Title 8 section of the Muni Code. It is a building and buildings regulation, so I urge your approval.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions at this time? John?
No questions, because Tessa's been really good about explaining this in previous meetings. I'm just really excited about this. This is the direction we want to be headed. And I'm applaud the departments. Thanks, Stephen, for pointing out what you did, but this is really great for our city, our community.
Comments, questions?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I can only say thanks for moving this important step forward to the whole design team and volunteers and folks who've helped out and been participating. Nothing could be more important. You heard my long description of the watershed and fire dangers that we're facing, and that's because of a drying climate and heating up climate. So that's really important that we do what we can in our part to start leading the way in the valley or leading the way in this part of the country. I hate to even mention that there's going to be other and more work for you to do during that 2-year period, but I can really see where we're going to need to look at some code work of our code, because as people go to make those energy improvements, it might be height variances to add solar panels. It might be side yard variances to put in the equipment of a power wall or different things. But I can see there's going to be an intersection when people want to make those improvements, and how are they allowed to do that, and how easily we can allow them to do that. The other thing, of course, would be even looking at this, variances potentially on historic structures and our historic regulations, because we've seen it before, and the courthouse is actually the best example. When the county's been redoing that recently, it was how do you add ADA? And nobody wanted to cut a new door in the front of the building, but you didn't want to make a disability persons go around to the back somehow or something like that. And so, we had to make compromises on historic integrity of the building to tell the story of a modern generation. And so that I see as work that you're going to have to do kind of concurrently as it comes up, and so that people are ready and willing and don't run into brick walls when they need to make those improvements. But otherwise, who could ask for more from a staff, from a community, from all the departments and agencies who've worked on this? I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this has been years in the making, and this is as close to a no-brainer for me, which is good because I have no brain left after 4.5 hours.
You should make the motion, Ward. Yeah. You should make the motion.
Okay. I move we adopt.
Well, this is a public
Oh, I
hearing.
did.
Yeah, after that part.
I'll open the public hearing portion of ordinance number 5. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment this evening? In room, seeing none, I'll look on WebEx. Any members of the public that wish to comment this evening on ordinance number 5 that are joining us on WebEx? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table.
I move adoption of ordinance 5, 2022.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
all.
you all. Thank you.
Who's golfing?
Okay.
All right, that brings us down to our action item that we moved from our consent calendar. This is Resolution 49, the grant funding recommendations. Earlier in the meeting, we asked for some more information about the potential and possibility of utilizing some of the Wheeler-Rett funds that were collected in December of last year. And I think we might have some information.
Thank you.
So, yes, while the two of them are getting set up, council, I'm going to provide you a high overview. There was 1.4 million in revenues collected in the Arts and Culture Fund from between December 3rd and December 31st, 2021. So we're only discussing with you tonight 2021 receipts for that 27-day period, approximately. Just, I want to make sure we're all clear. We're not talking about 2022 collections at all in this. So if you take that 1.4 million with what you have approved on first reading and take out the Red Brick Center for the Arts operating costs, you take out the backfill of the grants that we're getting paid from the general fund that will now come from the Arts and Culture Fund to meet your base 400. That leaves you with just over $500,000. What did we say was the final number?
The final number is, your absolute final number is $870,000, but I would not recommend.
Yeah, we wouldn't recommend putting all of it in the pool right now. So we would just want you to understand that you're working with that. Whatever is not spent would be retained in fund balance. It is available in future years for granting opportunities. So this is really about a transition year, in my opinion, in the change in the program with the voter support and whether you want to change the funding level of support to do that. So we ran the model at a couple different levels of additional funding. So if you added another 100,000, if you added 150, and if you added 200,000, you have the funds. I mean, if we're talking only up to 200,000 more, you have the funds available to do that. Interestingly, what happened is when we were in the formula, our two grantees who were not funded receive a nominal funding amount because the funding pool grew enough that their scores, the disbursement formula provided, again, nowhere near what the requests were, but nevertheless, it provides a small contribution to those two other entities when you apply the funding formula. So
Does that happen at all three of the models or only?
Yes, it would happen in the other it's the same formula for all three programs.
Yeah.
But they get to a non-zero number in all three of those modelings, 100
Yes,
and 100.
yeah. It's just a matter of how big the number is.
Yeah.
Actually, the same it's about $2,200 for each, for both of those two organizations. They'll be received in each of those.
In each of the three.
Oh, okay, so so my mistake. So at whether you increase it 100,000, 150, or 200,000, it's around the 2,200 that would be awarded to those two entities.
I would go with the 200,000 number. I think the arts groups put an awful lot of work into that campaign. We set the 400,000 number based on where we were at, knowing it was coming from the general fund in prior years, and we weren't going to take the general fund up to 600,000. I think that leaves us plenty of room with 2022 collections to think about the greater issues and longer-term policy questions. I just think it would be quite reasonable. And I would have a second comment after that, but let's just stay on the numbers for now.
So follow-up question, I guess, to that. We've seen this, giant swell in RET numbers. If the floor completely falls out, housing prices drop, we go into recession, kind of the worst case, and we've pulled this 200 number, kind of forecasting out, are we in a place where we'd have to start taking back, or can we, roughly maintain funding levels for the next couple of years?
Well, I would hate to add on a couple years, but you have the ability to fund the Wheeler from the existing balance. So every new revenue dollar since December 3rd, 2021 could go towards a grant program.
Okay.
So I feel very comfortable that this is not an issue, and that this is a intermediate step to a much larger conversation that I expect the council will want to have about how these funds are made available in the community going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be the first to say I don't expect to see the type of sales in dollars we've seen over the past couple years. But having had a real estate license before, I know that people have to sell in bad markets as much as they have to buy in good markets. And so you don't see that, totally stopping as a revenue source. So I don't know, what do people think about even number like 200,000? 50% increase for the passage of the question.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to support the arts groups. I think that's the intention of the question. I appreciate the reward. That was the question that was important for me, because I would hate to give to a level and then have to take back.
I understood.
Could you put on the screen at the $200,000 level, because this is an amendment you'll need to make to the resolution. I just want to make sure you see the numbers associated with it. Thanks.
I'll just comment that I'll go with what the rest of the council wants. At this late hour, I want to move forward with this, but I want to just issue a caution that I think that we have to have that bigger discussion about what kind of money is going to be available, all of the future collections from the Wheeler RET, how we're going to draw down and how much we're going to draw down the existing fund. So these are issues that are concerning to me. This doesn't make a lot of difference to those organizations that are getting funded, but I'll support what the rest of the council wants to do on this.
It's a little bit like midnight shopping on Champagne in New York.
Wouldn't know about that.
I don't know what that is either.
I
I thought you were going to say watching HSN at midnight.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
What is HSN?
Home Shopping Network.
It's this horrible
QVC,
cable.
yeah.
Able to get back in there, John?
All the sales at 2 a.m., yeah.
Can I ask what the procedure, what you are planning here? Is it to amend this?
To amend the resolution to include these funding amounts, these recommended
These funding amounts would be increased proportionally across the increased funding?
The resolution's just.
Correct, consistently with the way the recommendations were previously created.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify, is that the resolution itself states that the city council hereby approves the funding recommendations attached here too.
So we need to say augments.
Pardon?
We need to say augments or modifies.
Well, that's my question, is this going to be amended right now?
That is what we are anticipating the council will do, is that they'll amend the attachment to be this one.
To be this one?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to show it, so we had it on the record.
So they've already done the work to make the adjustments?
Yes, during the other During the public hearings, they redid the math.
So it would be sort of with the attachment here too as amended, because what's in the packet is different.
Yes, so the motion is, I move to approve resolution, I don't know what it is,
49 as amended.
49 as amended to include the additional $200,000 of funding. What we'll do is then come back in second reading of the spring appropriations and add this 200,000 in for your formal approval,
Sounds good.
if that's what you choose to do.
Call the question.
Do you want me to say the
I'm
motion one
teasing.
more time so someone can say
Oh,
so
no,
moved?
I know.
I accept that approach.
Yeah.
The recommended motion is, I move to approve Resolution 49, Series of 2022, with the exhibit for the the arts and culture grantees as amended and presented on the screen. That includes an additional $200,000 of funding in the year 2022.
I make a motion that mimics what Sarah just said.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Thank you guys for
Thank
spending
you.
a little extra time with us tonight and getting this done. I think this is a really warranted step, and Rachel, I appreciate you putting us in a position to not negotiate down. But I think this is really great, and I know that it's going to be well used and well received by our community. So thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
Could we have a roll call vote for Resolution 49 as amended?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau,
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
And yes,
And before we make a motion to adjourn.
But why?
I had a second thought I just want to throw out there for everyone to start mulling over. You know, maybe what we should think about doing is creating some sort of small subcategory more for individual artists. That could be, you know, 5 people a year at 4,000 each or something like that. So you don't have to be part of a big nonprofit. And so whether it's someone pursuing their new sculpting career or something like that, but we could make a niche for that Aspen character who's always existed. And I think we've done that sort of thing with, did we call it the Max Marot Award before for one athletic scholarship, you know, type of thing in the past? So let's just all mull it over, but for future thought.
When I spoke to the consultants at the beginning of this, that was something that I'm really supportive of, is also supporting the artist. So how it works, I don't know, but I already know that I support it and we should think about it.
That seems like something I'd want to support too.
I'm not so sure you get.
Okay, now would you accept a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I would.
I will make that motion.
I guess I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote for adjournment?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein.
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau,
Adjourn.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Grassroots.
An appearance in a funny hat.
I do.
Sarah, you want to talk about that another time?